live. I hope. Okay. If you are just coming in, I welcome you. Welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I am Nikki. I am very out of it psychic medium, ET abductee, forced participant in SSP, surrogate to numerous hybrid children. What else? I deal with paranormal, do energy work, all sorts of things. Come on in, welcome, say hello. Hopefully I can be heard and everything is okay in comparison to last week. Let me know if you're able to hear me or not, please. Kind of a big deal. Okay, apparently I need to readjust the lighting. Anyhow, 111 on the numbers. That was nice. Anyway, welcome. Come on in. Grab a cuppa, whatever you wanna. So, where's my notebook? Oh, there you are. Tonight is... I'm very out of it for a number of reasons, but for 3.5 days straight, I was extremely heavily targeted by government. Very, very wickedly. And it was really freaking rough, to say the least. So badly targeted, in fact, they used microwave technology on me. Please let me know if you can hear me. For those who are in here, I would really appreciate to know that. Gotta know if I can be heard. Matter of fact, I might write that on here. See if, can you hear me? Anyway, wow, that's bad. There we go. Anyhow, oh, you can hear me. Hello, Nellie. Well, good morning for you. It's late evening for me. I'm on the Pacific coast. Anyway, so happy Saturday. Hey, Daniel. Can you hear me? Yes? Somebody say yes, please, in the chat. Let me know. Otherwise, I won't go on. Yes, okay. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Loud and clear. Daniel is awesome. Sherilyn, hey. Battleline. Oh, hey, Rob. Oh, God, thank you, Robert. I so appreciate you coming in. So one of the reasons the face is red, I'm all red-faced and everything, I had to cover my head from my chest up in castor oil because I got heavily targeted for over 24 hours with, on and off again but 24 hours with microwave technology, and my skin was burning. And it was bad. It was so bad that my arms were bright red, the tops of my hands were bright red, face, skull, my skin on my head, underneath my hair. I mean, you could just see it. It was bright, bright red. This is from shower because I got all this stuff off and I'm really out of it now. But I'm here. I said that I would come and show up this today, and I'm here. I'm an hour late, but I'm here. So if you are a targeted individual and they start using microwave technology on you for whatever reason, and I know why they're doing it to me, but if they're doing it for you for whatever reason, get yourself some castor oil and slather it. I mean, my hair was just it was completely, I was slicked back. Thank God for the old-fashioned picks, because I just put it through my hair, and it was just made my hair nice and soft, don't get me wrong, but a hell of a time getting it out of my hair. But anyway, Dawn dish soap. It's the only way to get it out of your hair, and then wash your hair normally after that. But it's the only way that I could get the castor oil out, but it was great for the skin. It helped. It stopped the intensity of the burning from the microwave technology weapons. So 24 hours of that, where they're doing 45-minute sessions on, and then anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes or 45 minutes off, and then they'd start up again. And you're gonna laugh, and I don't rightly care. 41.4 on the numbers, but because I don't have any EMF clothing or hats or anything like that, you're gonna laugh at this, but I'm here to tell you it frickin' worked. I put it on over my, I made an aluminum foil hat and I put it on over my regular hat. Frickin' worked. Stopped the shit off of my head, but by then it was already too late. Faraday fabric. If I had some of that, I'd be wearing multiple layers of it, or some kind of, I'd be encasing myself in some kind of metal box, because it got really freaking bad. I was having problems sleeping. There were all kinds of issues. So targeting is very real. It is very dangerous, and it can be very deadly. I took very good care of myself during and afterwards, and at one point, I was almost to the point of tears, which of course is what they want. They want you to be emotional. They want you to be downright fucked up. No other way to say it. And it's not easy. You have to do what you have to do to take care of yourself. So that's out of the way. All of that is said. All of that is done. Then for those that follow, Johnny showed up while I was in the shower. Government asshat in Astral, who is very high up in government. Retired job. But not retired out of his main position, but not retired in 3 other agencies within government. So government agents that know how to do astral are typically in programs so to deal with astral, to check on those that they're targeting. So there's that aspect of it. It's not nutballs. It's not balls out crazy. It's not psychotic. It's not schizophrenic. This is real shit. There are many, many people that I know that this is going on with. Okay, calling me Bertha the Canadian, spelled with a K. If you cannot handle being in here and you're going to be belittling me, get the F out of my chat. I don't need to deal with you, and I will not have you in my chat. We're done with you. I'm done with that shit. I will not put up with crap like that. Cloud System 1888, can you sing a lullaby for me so I can sleep, please? No, sorry. Are you going to church tomorrow? I do not attend church anymore. Okay, Battleliner, some of these need to be going away. Loud and clear. Okay, thank you, Nellie. Sherilyn, thank you. Tony, if you can't handle the ums because I'm tired, then leave. Yeah, I don't like having to wear it, but it worked. Anyhow, that's the kind of stuff that I've been having to deal with. Government asshats, agents in Astral. And you can tell by their energy who they are. You can tell by mediumship abilities when you receive their name from their own guides. So yeah, there are things. Hello, Champlain. How you doing? It's good to see you here again. Hello, Uganda. Reddit bro R4E. Wow. Yeah. If you cannot handle this conversation and what I'm talking about, why are you bothering to even remark anything? Just scroll on by. You have to be a troll? Really? A lot of people tend to be trolls because they can't handle what they're hearing. Maybe you ought to get your head out of your ass and out of the ground and start learning some information about what is really going on, not only in this country, but across the globe. There's a lot of things that are taking place that are not so nice. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. So, yeah, it is part of being a targeted individual. It's not nice. It's not fun. And there are a lot of people who are going through. Yeah. So it's not been easy. I know quite a few people who are being targeted. And some of them go through a hell of a lot worse than I do. A hell of a lot worse than I do. I'm very fortunate in that there are other things that are not taking place. This is bad. This is really effing bad. Being targeted with direct energy weapons. I'm very fortunate that I've got a couple of doctors, medical doctors who understand Havana syndrome and Savannah syndrome and what all that entails and what it can cost on a body. So it's really difficult to deal with, and if you are a targeted individual, just please know you're not alone. It may feel like you are alone, but you are not alone. There are a lot of us out there. There are quite a few people who are talking about it, and there are being a targeted individual, especially by government or gang stalking or any version of any of that, can be quite wicked, and it can be deadly, and usually it's done in such a way to where now get this, last weekend I learned, is it last weekend or last week? My weeks are starting to run together right now because so much has taken place in the last 2 weeks. But I found out from a retired government individual that frequency weapons have been used back before the 1970s. That was a hell of an eye-opener when I heard that. And this person would know explicit information. I was absolutely stunned to hear the year. It was before 1970. Let's put it that way, okay? And that's deep government stuff. And if you do not believe me, go check out the government's own websites and the patents for it. Go do your own research. Find the information on it for yourself. Don't take it off my word. I'm just telling you what I've experienced. Go do your own frickin' research. It's accessible right now. How long it'll be accessible, who will know? Print it out. Get screenshots of everything. Get copies. I mean, they've allowed certain things to be public. It's still public. How long that will be, who the hell knows? But yeah, this is going on. It's going on. It's happening to a lot of individuals. And I found out the MFer that is coming in and out of my home, one of them, but he's the lead guy. I nicknamed him Johnny for a couple of very good reasons. And then I found out the name of Scott. He's also been in and out. And there were a bunch of other names, and I've received more names of people that they were going to use that they chose not to. I made a statement last week to let Johnny know, keep the women out of here, because I will out every fucking one of them. I'll out every... Matter of fact, I haven't outed the last names. I know the last names, because if I do that, that's a legal battle. I'm not going to do that. But I will say, I know exactly what they've done. Well, not exactly precisely 100%, but I know from what the psychic visions I've had, the downloads, the multiple little piddly-ass downloads I've had. I mean, I call them piddly just because I'm so frustrated and so fucking tired of them. And I have my own belief system about those two individuals. Not only how dangerous they are, but when Scott came in here, not the last time, but a couple of days ago, I told him flat out, I went, oh my God, you got somebody hunting for you. You're going to be dead in 6 months. Oh my God. I mean, I freaked out. I actually, the download that I got about him because of some other country going after him, whatever he's done for our country, I mean, I have not a clue as to what the hell he did. But whatever it was, he's got somebody gunning for him. I don't know who the hell it is. And I was like, dude, what the hell did you frickin' do? That's a big deal. To have somebody in another country and government hate a person so badly they want him. That's a big deal. So, and I mean, I've never seen... Well, that wasn't when he ran. He stood and listened to what I said because I was so absolutely dumbfounded by the information I received, and I wrote it in my notes. I wrote it in my journals. I told him I'm not going to say all of it, but hell, that's the kind of. I mean, what the hell do you have to do to? I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. Do you hear me, other side? I don't freaking want to know. That's not my... I don't want to know. That'll put me in more jeopardy. I don't want to know. But my point is that... that and there's some other piece of information that I received that just absolutely freaking astounded me over Johnny. So I'm like, oh, are you kidding me? And I don't even know how to research that one. I don't even know if I want to research it because it just so astounded me. But what the hell? I get people have jobs, and I get government guys and gals have jobs. I get you're doing things for the country. I get that. But why the hell do you got to come after somebody like me or the other people? Simply because we're talking about our experiences with SSP? Many of us that are talking are what this government has done to us, and yet you're the ones who are targeting us? No, I've been having problems with the migraines. That's why I got so bad. Champlain, that's why I was so upset on, I think it was Friday. I had a meltdown on Friday because the combination of the hormonal migraines combined with being microwave energy frequency targeted, that was my limit. I kind of lost my shit over that. And it's very, very freaking rare. Thank you for asking. I do appreciate it. It's very, very rare that I actually have a meltdown. Very freaking rare. But that one did it. I just sat there and I went, you gotta be freaking kidding me. But, I took me a little bit longer to get all the castor oil all over me and slick the hair back and look like a grease ball and I mean, I was shiny. I saw myself in the mirror and I went, God. And it was so thick. That castor oil was so thick. So, but, I got nice, soft, really soft hair now. It's like hell. Ever want to do an oil pack? That's one I never would have thought of for an oil pack for the hair. Anyway, no, but I'm still having headaches, and the headaches are combination headaches, so and I get what they are. They're not hormones. Oh, you were in Japan. Okay. Okay. Who? We're not doing political stuff in here. Yeah, yuppies out. Yeah, sometimes you're better off not giving up. Yeah, I have a tendency to agree with that. Yeah, gang stalking. Yeah, that's worse. That's so much worse. So, yeah, okay. Thank you to Amy and Robert. Yeah, sunlight. Well, I'm in the greater Seattle area, so sunlight's kind of a thing. Winter time, I make sure that I've got a lot of daylight light bulbs around because you don't have enough sun in the Pacific Northwest during the winter time. So I've learned, and boy, you got to make sure you shut those dang lights off at least a minimum of 2 hours before you go to, at least this is my personal experience, 2 hours before you go to bed. Preferably 4, but hey. Because your brain has to shut down. No, I'm not talking sunscreen, hun. Yeah, Champlain says, I do hope that they get better, though you've said they affect your psychic abilities. Yeah, they have in some ways. The interesting thing is that the other side has made sure that they've increased the volume. Because I used to have crystal clear hearing as if somebody was standing there talking to me. Now it's muted. I can still hear, and it comes in very differently now. I'm a Pisces. I'm a double Pisces. Nikki X9782, what's your zodiac sign? I'm a double Pisces, hun. Jill, no, I didn't mean sunscreen being political. Somebody had commented something else about some other subject, and that's what I was responding to. It wasn't, I don't believe it was your comment. So, oh my god, hey, Woo Riders. Oh, tell Desi I said hello. Yeah, we're trying. It's been a long freaking road. Anyway, hence the color of the eyes, and I still got that kind of glassy-eyed look. That's because I've got a headache that's trying to come through, and I'm like, no, you don't. So targeting, oh, I've never heard of that one, Michael. Michelangelo, 8478. They say, oh my god, I can't even pronounce that. Lamacacia oil works miracles. Never heard of that. Well, okay, so here's one. I've heard certain kinds of CBD, Rick Simpson oil works for some of that kind of stuff too. But then again, if you're targeted and you're being hit with frequency weapons, look into RSO, so Rick Simpson oil. Look into whether it's gummies or the actual oil or whatever. But also look into things like lion's mane, vitamin D, vitamin D3, liquid vitamin D3. Let's see, lion's mane, turkey tail. There's a couple of others that I'm not thinking of at this second. So, scientific name. Okay, understood. Yes, please. Woo Riders, you're right, exactly. Questions in all caps help me tremendously. Please make sure you put questions in all caps. They might be targeting your crown chakra, but that doesn't stop your visual from showing you things. Yeah, I mean, I'm still getting psychic images. I'm still getting intuition. They've muted, decreased, not muted. That's not the right word. It's decreased the sound. And so basically my guide, so if I have a spirit coming through and I feel them, now the feeling has been decreased, not muted, has been decreased as well. But it's not dead. Nothing in my abilities is dead. And the other side, and Source, aka God, and Jesus, and the angel, they are making sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, because this is my job, is to be psychic medium with information. For example, I have 2 predictions. We will get into that later on tonight. One of them is about Atlanta, Georgia. Something big is supposed to happen there. And the other one, oh crap. The other one was another location. God help me, I can't think of the name of it right now. I have to go back through my book. Anyway, so, and there goes the chair. Yeah, so there's that kind of stuff. Oh, and the other thing that I wanted to clarify, I asked, which I wasn't going to talk about this tonight, but apparently I am right now, because I'm looking at it in my notes. So this afternoon, our Keith Andrews was on alive, and I asked him, because I couldn't remember what the hell it was called, because of being in SSP, which is known as Secret Space Programs, not Secret Space Force, like I had said. So I have to make that clarification, because I had done a short, a mini reel, I think it was under a minute reel, whatever, where I'd called it Secret Space Force. It's not. It's called Secret Space Programs. And I'm starting to get it mixed with Mars Defense Force. It's the same program. It's just, it has different titles to it in different communities. Let's put it that way. How confident are you in Jesus and such? Actually, oh, you've lost faith a long time ago. Very confident, in fact. I is so confident, in fact. When I had a friend die and I didn't know he had died, Jesus is the one who came to me and essentially, for lack of a better word, took me into higher consciousness, but yet it wasn't quite higher consciousness. It wasn't astral. I don't know what to call it. And walked me to now I've talked about this on a number of occasions, Champlain, so you'd have to go back in and look at some of my other past lives of this past year, because I do talk about this story. And as we were walking, because we kept walking up and up and up and up and up and up, we were talking. And I can't for the life of me right now remember. I got bits and pieces of the conversation that is nobody's business but my own. But it was like we were old friends. I mean, I had known this man. I mean, personally knew this man from somewhere, from another past life. I didn't know what. And lo and behold, so he takes me to what I can only classify was like this white room. We walk up. The next thing I know, there's a door at the end of this pathway. And I walk through, or he walks through the door, opens the door for me, and says, "Welcome." And I basically realize that I'm on a different plane of existence, and that it's somewhere near the other side, so close to the other side that but yet I could still feel my living body. I could feel my soul cord. I couldn't see it, because usually if I astral, I can see my soul cord. I couldn't see that, but I was with him and we were just walking and talking. So when we walked through and he says, "Welcome," I step through the door and it's this gigantic white room. And he walks me over to a location. He says, "Please stay here and I will be right back. There's somebody I want to get. And they're going to say goodbye to you." And I went, "What do you mean?" Because I started to have questions, and he said, "Just stay right here, hold a moment." And I went, "Okay." And I mean, I trusted this individual with my life. I mean, for me to trust somebody that implicitly is a big deal, especially with all the shit I've gone through in my life. It takes a lot, especially with what I've gone through in the last few years. It takes a lot for me to trust people. It's almost like they've got to prove themselves to me. Because of I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but especially in the last 2 years, it's been really difficult. I've learned so much about people. I mean, I already knew about people, but I mean, when they start proving themselves, and it's just like, oh my God, I gotta walk away. So basically what took place is what felt like 10 minutes later, and I was just looking. I just started walking, not really in a circle, but kind of like in a weird pattern around, just to kind of see what this room really was. And I was almost to the point of going up and touching the walls. I had walked quite a distance. It was almost like a warehouse, but it was completely white. And wherever I walked, there was this brilliant white I don't know how to explain it. It was very ethereal. I mean, how do you explain this? And so it was dark in the distance, but you knew you were safe. But you knew that the further you walked, that area that you walked towards would start lighting up. I don't know how to explain it, but it wasn't like lights overhead. It was like the walls themselves, the floor itself were white. Okay. And so basically, oh, that was my stomach growling at me. And so basically, a friend, I could have sworn I saw Jesus's figure on the other side of the door. I wasn't really sure. I'm still not sure if it was him, but I assumed it was him because I had just been talking with him and I knew exactly. I just realized he's got a real specific scent. That's the first time I realized that. Wow. He felt like home. There's only been a few people in my life that have actually felt like home to me. And he felt like home. How do you explain that? Anyway, and my friend comes walking through the door, and I'm like, what are you doing here? And then I realized I'm so close to the other side that he's on the other side, but he's come here to, and everything that Jesus had said during the course of the conversation coming up, and then specifically the conversation where he is telling me, please wait here. I have to get somebody, and they need to say goodbye to you. That quote, they need to say goodbye to you, started replaying over and over and over in my head. And when my friend completely stepped through the doorway, I started losing it because I realized my friend... I realized that friend was dead. Sorry. This is I'm not usually a crier, but this is with the hormones lately, and not just the older aged hormones, but also the hybrid pregnancy hormones. You add all of that together and whoo, makes a bit of a difference. Anyway, I'm trying to get myself out of it. Anyway, my friend comes walking through and I'm realizing that he is dead. And he comes up to me and I've got tears streaming down my face because I'm realizing that this is really the last time I was going to see him. Visually, anyway. Full body, I mean the whole 9 yards. And he came up to me. He gave me a hug. This was a dear friend. Somebody who had been training me on different things that, and I hadn't heard through the grapevine that he had died. And if it were not for him, he's the one who actually retrained me in how to do certain things for my body when I was going through the bariatric clinic. And I deeply, it meant a great deal to me. And so, he became a good friend and we would check in periodically with each other. And he used to ask me my opinion about a number of different things. And I would give him not only just an honest answer. A lot of times I would have psychic, visions of him in different aspects and different things, and periodically he would inform me of different pieces of his life. He was a sweet individual, he really was. And then he told me how he died. And basically he was being a good Samaritan. And that's the person that I knew. He was being a good Samaritan, and somebody took him out for it. I can't imagine his children. I can't imagine the person that was in his life and the family, or the people that knew him, and but that's how I found out my friend had died, was because Jesus had come and got me. And it was real specific. And so Champlain, in order for me to answer that, that was the very beginning. It wasn't until last year, I think it was last year, so either last year or the year before. I've got it in my notes somewhere, but I think it was last year, that I realized, no, it was last year, yeah, that I realized that I had a past life with Jesus. But I didn't understand. I didn't understand because I've had memories. I've had bits and pieces of memories of that lifetime for a very long time, but I didn't understand that they were actual past life memories. I thought it was my dyslexic brain doing what it does sometimes, but it wasn't. It was psychic connected information, and and I'm telling you, it tripped me out. I'm one of the people that saw him walking down the street carrying, oh God, now we're gonna start crying again. Carrying the cross. He was very real. He was a very real individual. And as I describe him, as I have described him, he was pure energy, the purest form of energy in a human body that can ever be. I don't know how else to describe him. I saw him carrying the cross. I saw him up on the dang. Up on the inclined hill. I don't know what else to call it. Saw the sword, he didn't make a sound. I mean, he breathed, huffed. I don't know how else to explain it. And there were, damn it. Then there were, and I'm not saying who I was. I will not, nobody, I've not told a single solitary soul who I was. No, I was not a female, I was a male. No, I was not one of the disciples. Although it's interesting because I've come across a couple of the disciples in this life, who were Jesus's disciples in that life. And wow, that's been a mind bender. I'm like, why do I recognize? And then all of a sudden it starts flooding, and I'm like, oh my God, I know who you were. Oh my God. And then they're like, what are you talking about? or a couple of them have known who they were, and I'm like, oh my God. And they're like, oh my God, you were, and I'm like, don't say the name. Don't say the name, just tell me about myself, and I'll tell you if you're right. And they've been correct. So yeah, there are people that know, but I haven't outright told folks, and I won't. So that's how I know that he's real. And it's been a mind bender when I realized that I had that lifetime and who I was, and that I fought for him essentially in court. I don't know how else to say that. Their version of court. It's just a mind bender to me. And there's another weird memory I've got of somebody's head on a platter. And that just, I can't even, that one gets me. So yeah, sorry. I hate wiping the nose, wiping the camera. I hate that. Sorry, folks. I apologize. Anyway, so yeah, there are past lives. That's how I knew him. That's how I knew he was the real freaking deal. Because he changed my life in that lifetime. I mean, 100% changed my life. Yeah. I mean, you talk about the resurrection. Oh man. That's a whole nother ball game. Can't even go there. I can't even verbally talk about that. Now I become a basket case over it. So, yeah, he's real. He had a real life. He was the purest form of energy in a human body, and the things he could do were mind-bending. Absolutely beyond anything we can ever conceive of. Beyond anything I've ever seen the ETs do. Beyond... And I've seen ETs do a lot of things that are just mind-bending to me at this level. And I can't even... I mean, it's a totally different... wow. But to be pure energy contained in a human vessel, in a human body, is so beyond what we can even truly conceive of. It is incredible. And he was beautiful. He's not... How do you describe it? I don't even know how to describe him. But yeah, he was real. Champlain, how do you feel about atheists after death? How do I personally? Sorry, my nose is just starting to go. Hang on a second, guys. I have to I have to go dark for a minute, but I also have to go mute for a minute because I gotta blow my nose, and I do not want to do that on camera. So hang on. So let me deal with the eyes, and I can continue talking. And how do I feel? What do you mean, hun? Be a little bit more. Yeah, there's so much to that. Champlain, give a little bit more of what you mean by that, because I'm not, quite honestly, I'm not sure what you mean. So hang on a second, guys. Okay, let's try that again. That goes garbage. Come on, get in the garbage, please. Thank you. And you too. All right. Present for 2 deaths, and we'll say they are not painful. I believe we are That's not true. What do you mean you've been told by your family you won't be... You mean you won't be accepted through the white light? Because you're an atheist? That's not what I know. That is completely not what I know. That goes completely... you have a choice to walk through that light. It's your choosing. But you have to do the understanding. If they're multi... Oh, God, how do I explain this? Do I have the brain for it right now? There are many levels. How do you say that? There are many levels. So if you choose to stay earthbound, and you're not technically earthbound, because you can pretty much go anywhere, but when you cross through the light, there, as I understand it, according to what I have personally witnessed from those that have done it, because I've crossed different individuals over. Go back, Champlain, go back. I don't remember which one it is, but there's an episode, wasn't last year. Must have been 2021, 2022. That I talk about a 17-year-old girl who was a spirit who was terrified to cross over. And it was a psychology thing, and she was terrified. And we just sat and talked. Open conversation. We had because I could hear everything. Granted, things are diminished now, but they're not gone, and they're not muted, like turned off, muted, like what I just did. It's not like that. That's it. Now it's softened, but it's not gone. And the other side has specifically told me it will never be gone, no matter what they do to you. That said, go back and listen. I know I mentioned her. I just don't remember what her name is right now. And I think of her often enough because she had a really rough time. Now, I have crossed over folks who have been all different religions on this planet that were from the 1700s that were stuck here. And they were like, what will happen with my religion if I walk through that light? And the way I explained it to them, I'm like, I have a grandmother that can come and talk to you. She died in 1979. If you want me to have her come out, I know my guides will go and get her. One of my 3 guides will go and get her and bring her out and have her talk to, because she used to be my spirit. She used to be my main spirit guide for years. And so basically, and they were like, no, just explain it. And I'm like, okay. So because they were from the 1700s, I had to explain things to them because our language is very different than their language and how they comprehend. And so, yeah, we're done with you. Thank you. There we go. No, you really appreciate me. I'm glad you have a better group of people who accept you. That's good. That's kind of a big deal. But anyway, so these gentlemen who were seamen, they were not pirates. What the hell? I want to call them Navy men, but they were always on board ships. SEAMEN, okay? Not the kind that come out of a body. So these gentlemen were trying to comprehend and understand what that meant, because here they had been trapped for a specific reason. Not getting into all that. But I had to talk to them as if they were children. And it became quite an eye-opener. There were men that were Jewish, there were men that were Muslim, there were men that were Christian, there were men, one of them was two. Well, I specifically remember one of them being an atheist. And he watched I think all but 2, because I crossed over something like, I stopped counting at 50. I know there were more than 52, but I really stopped counting at 50. Because those souls were trapped, and I didn't even know things that could happen to souls happened to them. God, I felt awful for them. Anyway, and I'd never seen anything like that experience. It was a hell of an eye-opener. Anyway, I don't need to get sidetracked on all that. But my point is that I explained in the best way that I could, and I went from there. And only 2 of them out of all of them that were there with me chose, all but 2 chose to cross over. The other 2 chose to stay essentially what we would classify as earthbound. And I told them, come to me anytime you choose to go through the light and come back. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, I will always be here for you if you ever need to talk, if you ever need to... They've never come back, to my knowledge, that I remember anyway. So, yeah, it was just... then if you're happier the way you are, I understand. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. And I'm not going to chastise you for it. And I'm not going to give you shit for it. You got to believe what you believe. But that's how I know who Jesus... You had specifically asked me about Jesus and how if I can't remember how you worded it, but how I knew he was the real deal. That's how I knew. And that's when you see pure white light and a doorway, a portal, essentially, opening up, and all you feel from that is sheer, intense love, the purity of love. I don't know how... There's another one. How do you describe that? I mean, it is the most purest form of love. Matter of fact, it left me so psychically high and feeling of loved that I sat and cried because I was so ecstatically happy. I never felt anything like that in my life. Not in my entire life had I ever... I mean, I knew what love was. Being in love, out of love, loving people, loving family, all of that. I've been through the gamut like everybody else. Or I suppose I should say like most everybody else. But I had never experienced the sheer love that this pure white light was. And I was like, what's the term? The old term of giddy as a schoolgirl? It was just mind-bending to me. And I don't know if Robert's still in the house. Battleliner, if you're still in here. He saw me, I think like an hour. It was like half hour, 45 minutes to an hour after. Oh, dear Lord, we're not doing political shit, and that name will never be allowed in my chat. And so, anyway, point being is that I was psychically high off of that energy for hours. It took me, oh God, it took me, something like, I want to say like 18 hours, 12 to 18 hours to come down. Whew, that's a long time to be that psychically high. I mean, I was just like, I was floating, man. And no drug, nothing on this planet could cover the sensation, the feeling that I felt when I crossed those individuals, those souls over, and that portal, that opening up of that white light. I was like, whoa. It was incredible. So yeah, there's your answer, my dear. Oh, and now my eye's doing something weird. Just a second. Hang on. There we go. Oh, I didn't take my B. I gotta write this down. Take your B6, Nikki. B6. Oh, come on. Pen that would write would work. That write would be good. Matter of fact, I go through pens. I gotta keep these kind of pens. I've got to keep these and just change them out. But these are like the frickin' disposable ones that drive me nuts. You can't replace the insides. I go through because I've been doing so much writing Fight piece. Take. Nope, that one's out. Aha! Got one that works. What I need is a really good quality pen that's got a... I don't know. For me, they're hard to find because I need a specific kind of grip. And these little things... Okay. I don't know where that came from. But anyway, these things are awful. Ugh. But you gotta have a good grip and a good handle to deal with your hands. So, anyhow. Okay, Lindy. I don't think of that other place. Just saying. Hey, Sandra, how you doing, dear? It's nice to see you here. Rosalind. Oh, Rosalindo, you are full of S. Okay. No, I'm not, Faye. I'm not doing readings tonight. If it comes up, it comes up. You had an NDE. It was beautiful. Good. I'm sorry that you had a near-death experience, but I'm glad that it was a beautiful thing for you and you saw things. See you later, Nikki. Keep up the truth. Okay, Champlain. Thanks for all your info. NDEs, they didn't want to come back because of the love they felt. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, spirituality is quite different, in my opinion, based on my own experiences. Very different than religion. I do call myself a Christian because I don't know what else to call myself. And I'm no longer really... I'm basically a heretic in a number of folks' eyes that I've known. And that's just how it is. It's interesting because I got told in... I'm trying to remember what year it was. God. I'm trying to also get rid of this headache. It was 1990... Let's see. 1990... Yeah, that would be right because my kid was 3. So, 1995... I got told by... It wasn't my dad. Who was it? It was, Dad had not died at that point, so it would have been Grandma. But I recognized the energy. It was a combination of energies. It was my grandmother's and one of my other guides that has stayed with me throughout my entire life. Now, I didn't know this, but spirit guides do change out. At certain times in a person's life, they do change out. You will get 1 or 2 that'll stick with you throughout your entire life, but your main ones can change out. I didn't know that can happen. So there's that little piece of information. Oh, brother, here we go again with the lips. Anyhow. But yeah, as... Okay, all I can read is relax right now because my eyes are... And I don't have the magnifying glass. I meant to have that tonight. You can never reach that except if you begin the long journey into yourself. You've got to do extensive work on yourself. Not only to bring your frequency up, but to and you got to be willing to do the work. If you're not willing to do the work, person has a tendency to stay stagnant. So you got to be willing to do the work and then actually start doing the work. And it's not easy. It's not easy by a long shot. Hello, Rosa. Where's a tubby? Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we got everything. I'm trying to get through some of these older ones. I want to be sure that okay, didn't expect to get into all of this tonight, but it was an interesting series of questions. Okay, let me get back to... Okay. Amy, they sell grips separately. Just get typical Big Paw points and you won't need to deal with gel ink. Actually, I like gel ink a lot better. But thank you. Did I know that or did I not? Yeah, there are some. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, they're not. Hello from... Okay, Crete. Nice. I'm on. Nikki, I have one question. Okay. What's your question, dear? Why are we so selfish? We want things the way we want them. That's a selfish thing. Even the ETs, even... Sorry, something just caught me off guard. Why are we so selfish? It's a good question. Even the ETs believe we're selfish. Lyndon, waiting a long time to hear BS. Okay. You're not on the right channel. So anyway, this is not what I was going to be... I didn't expect to be getting into this tonight. But anyhow, moving on. Yeah, my eyes are changing again. Going into a different color. That's fun. Anyhow, so was going to be talking and dealing with. So one of the other things that I did bring up, but I didn't get to it, was when I asked our Keith Andrews this afternoon when he was on his live stream, his broadcast, I asked him, do you remember the portal type device, not sure what to call it, that is beyond Neptune? I keep remembering that there's some kind of entrance there to other locations. And Keith had said, yes, it's a bit further beyond that, but yes, then he called it a jump point. And I have forgotten that that's what it was called. He's right. That's exactly what it's called. It's called a jump point. So beyond the planet Neptune, some distance, he's right, it is some distance, because as an SSP, secret space programs pilot, I remember flying near it. I do not remember right now, as of yet, going through it. So that's an interesting thing. Dispassionate Observer. What is the best book on this topic you have ever read? The best book? Holy cripes. Well, I don't know about it being the best book, but it's definitely one that I highly recommend. Is written by Dr. Ardy, ARDY 6 SIX dash Killer Clarke, CLARKE. Sorry, I had to see it in front of me to be able to remember the full name. I don't remember the title right now, but it's one of her books. She's really well worded. It discusses a lot of Central America's UFOs and extraterrestrials that have been witnessed. And it is a book that I would highly recommend people read. But regarding the SSP, the Secret Space Program, also known as Mars Defense Force, getting back into that was to hear it be called a jump point again, called up some other memories. And I remember that at that jump point has a pole on it. And I remember trying to get away. It reminded me of kind of like a dark hole. I can't think of what the black hole. There we go. So there's that aspect of it too, and I don't remember why it had a pole to it, but because it wasn't a black hole. Anyway, but when it's activated, you can go long distances. Anyhow. Hello from India. Hi, India. How you doing? Are you a Pleiadian starseed? As far as I know, no. I do not. I've been consistently told that I'm from a different nebula, galaxy, system, however you want to word that. I never remember if it's called a nebula. I never remember if it's called a galaxy. I never remember if it's called a system or a star system. But I've been consistently told in the last 3 years that I'm essentially, how do you say this? It's kind of like a soul base, but like I've got friends who remember lives from being being Pleiadian. I remember my life, or one of my past lives, long before I was ever incarnated on this planet. Oh, yeah. I'm having a hard time shutting my dyslexic side of my brain off right now. Because it's trying to... I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up. Would you please? I need to talk. Sorry, that's just my dyslexic brain right now. And no, I don't have alters. At least not that I'm aware of. That's a whole nother subject. So, yeah, I've been consistently told one star system. However, I remember a lifetime with the Lyrans, with the feline extraterrestrials is what I remember. Amy. Dispassionate observer, do you sometimes experience brain fog when attempting to access deep knowledge? Sometimes. After the targeting, more so. And considering my last targeting frequency weapon experience was yesterday, I'm damn fortunate I can put sentences together and structures together, and that I have my vision. They've hit me hard before, but I've never been hit this hard. They're deliberately trying to unalive me. And it's because I've outed them. I've outed that side of what's going on. So they want me to shut up, and I'm like, F you, I'm not shutting up. I'm going to talk what my experiences are, whether you like it or not. Do I successfully remote view? Yeah, I don't call it remote viewing though. What I do is a form of higher consciousness. It's a form of bilocation is what I do. Have I been tested? Yeah, but by friends, not officially. Got information on blot, no other information, just a phrase or I have had somebody give me numbers, and I'm like, well, I need to actually write the numbers out, and once I touch the numbers, then I'm like, wherever it takes me, I'm like, whoa, hello. So I'm real good. I'm usually real good about that kind of stuff. Mary Alvarez says, you need some serious help, lady. Well, you know what? When you have a psychiatrist that you have been on live with, who tells you you're not crazy, you're not delusional, you're not schizophrenic, and you're an experiencer. How's that? You can't handle it? Why are you here? If you feel that way, then why are you bothering? Why are you bothering to be a troll? For your pleasure? Your enjoyment? Because all you do is that's all you're doing is it's for you and you alone. Because you feel like you need to voice something. It's like, if you don't, just scroll along. Grow up. Learn to scroll. Heather Black, I think she's right. Thank you, I appreciate that. Musa 007, is the stream about cosmic horror? No. The stream is about paranormal, extra senses, past lives, targeting by government, deep government, not what's taking place right now. SSP, secret space programs, also known as Mars Defense Force, things of that nature, and a slew of other stuff. Heather Black, I'm a seer and I feel huge ESP with you. Yeah. Daniel, yes, learn to scroll. Mary, yeah, well, I hope you do too. CPOA 171, Jesus loves you. Yeah, loves you too. Ignore the haters. She's the one spending time watching you. Kristen Buanti? Oh, I hope I said that right. Lyndon, why are you still here? Do you see the future for some people? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Go back to the beginning of my live. You'll hear one with the government asshat. His name is Scott. Yeah, there's a prediction. Shocked the hell out of me. Dispassionate observer. Did you feel targeted last night about 10 hours ago? 10 hours ago. Oh my god. Well, 10 hours ago was not last night for me. 10 hours ago would have put it at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Rachel X. Okay, agreed. Okay, I'm done. Let's see. Andrea Moni. Oh, you just reminded me. Your name just reminded me of something. What do you think of orbs? You get a lot in the house? Orbs can be so many different things in paranormal. Hell, it can even be ETs or Sasquatch. Okay, this is kind of driving me nuts. So ETs can use, I've seen them do it. What the hell is it? ETs can use their own, there we are. They can get into a very small ship for one individual, and that ship can condense down into a, that was driving me nuts, an orb. As a child, I've seen them do it. I have vague memories of them doing it, but I've seen them do it. What else? I know Sasquatch can do it. Those, not all Sasquatch have the ability to do that, but quite a few. If they've got the abilities, they've been taught how to use it and continued with it in their, what they call clan. Clan is another word for family. In their definition. Then yeah, they have the ability to open portals. I've had portals opened in my own home. God, they used to open portals in my other apartment all the time. Try living in during the winter where it's like 16, 18 degrees outside. Inside it's about 72, 73. Comfortable for me, comfortable for others. Excuse me. And the next thing, you have a giant portal opening up and you're smelling dry dirt and pine boughs, and you don't have anything fresh for pine in your home. And you're feeling winter, like mountain air, and you're smelling mountain air, and you're going, "Ho! Open the damn window." Or the door, because it was big enough for a door. Yeah, it was intense. I've had that where they've walked through. And I'll be, can you please close the portal? You're letting out all my heat. So they come straight through and stand there and just observe, and I'm like, what's going on? Checking. They're just checking. I'm like, okay. But orbs, yeah, that's where, I mean, they can be anything. You can have spirits do that. You can have, you can, those that have crossed over, I mean, they can do that. You can have fae do that. All different kinds of fae can do that. Not all of them, but certain ones, certain fairies can do that too. Although I've known the fairies I've not seen the fairies do that. I've seen the fairies flutter around before, so that's a different ballgame. Yeah, if they so chicken. So great. That is a great title, Chicken Nugget 3392, and I'm only chuckling solely because there's a channel I watch where somebody has named their horse Chicken Nugget. It's very sweet. And comical. Anyway, so Chicken Nugget says, "Can aliens modify and change your body like they can change my eye color?" Yeah, they can. 1 second. Wow, that was a really long yawn. Sorry, folks. So yeah, they can, if they so choose to do so. But with them, it's usually doing it via surgery. Like, for example, they've done surgery on my throat, the roof of the back part, the back upper roof of my mouth, and my left eustachian tube. And yeah, that was not so pleasant. But they did it to keep me alive, and I very much appreciated that. They've done a number of other things as well. They can give what they call, and this just irritates the crap out of me, but inoculations. And they can. Yeah, damn it! Got another one. Hang on. I hit a button. Sorry, guys. Okay, it's starting to hit. Woo, man. That was a long MF. Jeez. Wow. Okay. Yeah, they can, so like the hybrid babies, now if you've got brown eyes, it doesn't necessarily work that way. Well, it can, but I'm not exactly sure how. But if you've got blue or green eyes, or hazel like mine are, can change. They're interchangeable between blue and green. I have learned from one of my hybrid kids that they, most of the hybrid kids are either blue or green in skin color, and they can change your eye, the mother's eye color, when you're what I call ET hybrid pregnant. Yeah, you better sleep. Go rest. Yeah, no kidding. Kind of need it. I've had 3.5 hours of sleep, and I've had a very, very long day, so I'll probably be eating another B12 and get through the rest of this and then go to bed. Sorry. Anyway, sorry, folks. Anyhow, so yeah, they can change your body, but it's usually through surgery. One form of surgery or another. I mean, they will do implants. Like I've had 2 different kinds of implants in my nose. One when I was a kid, and they were taking me right out of class. How do you say that? It's like they freeze the classroom. It's like a form of a time dilation. It's like what they did with me in 2019, in August of 2019, where they did a time dilation type of thing, and ended up taking me, and it was like nobody realized I was gone. And it's because the ETs had control of the other students and the teachers' memories. I don't know how else to say that. So, DTK 5584. People lying like this is so detrimental to the disclosure movement and those searching for real truth. Okay, bub, I'm going to tell you something. I am a lifelong ET abductee. I've been abducted all my life, and I do mean all my life. I've had psychics tell me, both psychics that I've never met before, who don't know the other psychics. They're all strangers to each other. Including people who have been my friends who are psychics. I know a lot of psychics who have been stunned, the friends who have been stunned, who have told me to my face, oh my God, I just got a psychic piece of information. And the information, all of them, you combined all of those individuals, and we're looking at a lot of people, more than 10, okay? Where they've all said, you have been abducted while your mother was pregnant with you. My first memory, however, is at age 4 years old, on board an ET ship. You want to talk disclosure? I know a number of people that can give you real disclosure, real experiences. And one day, Congress will make a major, significant change where experiencers will be talking. On board a ship where I saw, at 4 years old, what we call the Butterfly Nebula. Do not get me started on proof. Do not go there with me. Proof is different in the ET world, ET abduction world. You're dealing with things coming out of your body. You're dealing with such as devices, tracking devices, biomechanical devices. You're also talking medical evidence. So don't get me started on evidence, bub. So when I was 4 years old, I saw Earth go by. As we were leaving Earth, when we were returning, we were passing different systems, and I saw what we now know as the Butterfly Nebula. Okay? I've talked about this till I am blue in the face. I will repeatedly talk about this probably until my dying day. And there were numerous other things that I have seen. If you cannot handle what I am talking about, then why the hell are you bothering to listen to me? And if you think that this is a detriment to disclosure, why are you bothering? I'm talking about this not only for other experiencers who I have actually had come to me and say, can you please explain that? Well, I may not know about your specific experience because it's individualized to you, but this is what I know that has happened in mine. Now, I do know of support groups. I do know other locations where people can receive the help that they need regarding those experiences because they will meet other abductees, other people who are in SSP, other people who are targeted individuals. If you cannot handle, okay, that goes away. If you cannot handle any of this, then why are you bothering? Learn to scroll on if you cannot handle what is being said. If you're all about the documented, hardcore proof and evidence, then you don't know what it's like to be an ET abductee. I want that evidence. I want that proof myself. All I have are medical records and photographic evidence of when I'm returned. That's not enough evidence for a lot of people. Well, tough shit. That's the life of an ET abductee. That's what you're left with because of how the abductions happen. Learn to deal with it. And if you can't, move along. Then this specific podcast, live stream broadcast is not for you. Find one that you agree with. Not every experiencer's experience is going to jive with what you know. You have to find people that you know and you feel are the ones that are providing information. The problem with this is that there are vast people putting out fake information because they want the accolades. I'm not putting out fake information. If you're a real ET abductee, then you know damn well that I'm telling you the truth by my own experiences, from my own experiences, not by, from my own experiences. And those that understand that, they stick around and they stay because they know I'm telling the truth, because they've had similar or damn near close to precise experiences. And precise, let me tell you, is a big deal because every experience is different in some fashion, form, or way. If you can't, hey, Stone. Oh my God, it's wonderful to see you in here, girl. No, you don't. You don't need to prove it to anybody. You know what has happened to you. But if you, and I'm not talking to you, Stone, I'm talking to this individual, you as the person who wants the documented evidence, it's a different ballgame. It's a completely different ballgame when you are the experiencer going through these things. Sometimes you might end up with, now I'm going to do this on my hand. Sometimes you might end up, let's see if it's going to draw. You might end up with a triangle mark. It's a weird triangle mark, but a triangle mark. A stamp or a tattoo. That's from the ETs. Sometimes you might get 3 little dots. Okay, hang on a minute. 3 little dots. 3 little dots in the shape of a triangle. Sometimes you'll get many of them. Sometimes, and I don't have a spoon, sometimes you'll get a scoop mark out of your body. Sometimes you'll have, if you're part of secret space programs, you will have abductions by extraterrestrial that then put you on board a ship where you've got military men and women in military uniform, human men and women in military uniform, and you come back and are returned home with some kind of scar with staples going down it. ETs don't use staples, FYI. They don't use any kind of surgery mark in that way. What they do is they will open up the skin with a, well, we would call it a scalpel. I don't know what they call it. It doesn't even look the same. And how they get done with you and how they seal it back up, they seal it back up with a, it goes on the, it's like the seam, and it seals it. It's a kind of like a liquidy gel type of thing. It goes on this, it seals back up. I'll start coughing just a second. Sorry, it seals back up, and then they put a spray over it. And that spray, if used just before you head back out off of that ship, what ends up taking place is anywhere from within an hour to 18 to 20 hours. That surgery mark and that scalpel mark will no longer be there. It'll be gone, depending upon what they did to you. Because they can't handle. Why 2874? Why are you guys being so rude to this lady? Why? Because they can't handle what's being talked about. They aren't awake. They want to follow their own beliefs and their own issues with government control. They've fallen with the government narratives. Global government narratives, not just one government, global. So, K. Peters 6362, but please talk about why they would need to kidnap Earthlings. Actually, hon, we're not called, number one, we're not called Earthlings. We're called Terrans. We're we're technically from Terra. Earth is called Terra, Terra. And some of them do it specifically for repopulation of their own species, but using human DNA to do it. What else? Jacob the Posh Potato, stop with the mouth noises. Wow. What a comment. Jacob the Posh Potato, Terrans, Latin super... I'm not even going to pronounce the last part of that word. Actually, I've been... Well, a lot of people are going to freak out, but because of SSP, I've been on the base. There's a Mars base. There's a Moon base. And those extraterrestrial that walk through the cities inside of Mars, I was about to say the Moon, that's not what I meant. Inside of Mars, they call us Terrans. Okay? The ones that are inside of the Moon base, they all know us as Terrans. We're not considered Earthlings. So there's that. We are the Terrans. Ricardo 8388, why are you here then? He says, I haven't done enough drugs for this channel. Stone Hobbit says genetics. Yes, I agree. It is genetics. Isn't repopulation more Palladian? Repopulation is a combination of different extraterrestrials. It's not just Palladians. There's quite a few, actually, that have come together. Andrew, you might want to look into those memories. Andrew Knox. I only saw aliens once, but no one believes me because I was super drunk. Well, you might want to start looking into those memories of yours. Now, that's a scientist. Brian Hackers. HACK3RS. So, brain hackers. Pardon me. See, there's my dyslexia kicking in. Brain hackers, scientifically aliens should exist, but we don't have any proof that they exist except for the likeliness of aquatic life on neighboring planets, moons, or ancient microorganisms on Mars. Try dealing with human global government and secret space programs. Isn't that fun? My labs are just a wonderful thing to experience. So is Montauk. Yeah. Try being a forced victim or participant in any of that. And let's see how you do then. Swiftwind Aquarius. Never heard that before. If this is true, you're strong to speak out. Thank you. Well, Jacob, I cannot deal with that. That's just how life is. It's part of having a microphone and being cheap with technology because it's what I can afford. You want to buy me a new one? Go for it. It is what it is with the microphone. What is the lingua franca of the SSP bases? Is it all English? Depends on who you're speaking. No, it depends on who you're speaking to. There are... On Mars, there's a number of them that don't speak English. There's a number of them that do. So, I mean, it depends on what part of the city you get into. From what I remember of it, anyway. I love Masked Men 103. Hello, I hope you want it. Okay, I love Maskman 103. Hello, I hope you want to ignore me. Hope you want to ignore me? Like the other past 3 lives have been trying to chat with people and they just skip over my comments and read, well, what kind of comments are you making? I'd be asking that. Brain hackers. No, we are the humans, the Americans that will nuke the aliens and take away their rights. You wouldn't be able to nuke them. They wouldn't allow it. They'd put a stop to it pretty damn fast because their technology is pretty freaking intense. If they wanted to, they could have taken out the entire population on the surface and in inner Earth. And they haven't. It's too valuable to them. This planet is way, way too valuable to them. There's too much to gain from it. Hom Tanks 7259. How many alien races exist just in our solar system? Oh my god, that's a broad-based, broad spectrum. That's a broad strokes question. It's too broad because there are so many. I honestly don't know. But I do know this. There are well over 2,000. I think it's like 2,500. If I remember, over 2,500, if I remember correctly. It's been too long. And my eyes are starting to hurt again. 2,500 just in what I know as the consortium. What other people know as the Galactic Federation, which I think is such a joke name. But it's not. It's what most humans know it as, but I know it as the consortium. I think if memory serves me correctly, I think it's over 2,500 just in the consortium of the different species. 2,500. But beyond that, I can only make assumptions. I can only make assumptions on that because you're talking. I think there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, because you're dealing with well, you said our galaxy. I think that's how you worded it. Solar system. That's what you said. Solar system. So I don't know in our own solar system, but I know there's a hell of a lot in that consortium. So, is what it is. Ugh, I gotta cut these bangs. They're driving me nuts. Mine. Guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, donate at least $5. Oh, I wish you could donate. I don't have anything I'm not monetized on. Would love that, though. Jeannie, C2G. I've always felt like Earth is like Switzerland of the galaxy. I wish. It's not. Whoa. Hit a button. Those that haven't experienced... Okay, Y2874 is saying... Those that haven't experienced life's secret, they will never understand seeing UFOs, car being moved through intersections, and a heart attack showing up at ER 3 days later. Wake up and learn. Luis Valdez, F6D. Did they implant some device? My brain is not working right. Sorry, hang on one second. It's the dyslexia. This is exactly what happens right after I'm targeted. My dyslexia comes into play big time. Did they implant some things on you? Yes. I've got a number of implants in me. And I have them in my aura, which is in the etheric field. And that is very, very specific. And I found out in 2019 and in 2020 how it's actually pretty rare, but it can happen. And it takes ETs who specialize who specialize in doing it. So yeah. Swift Wind Aquarius. They contact people individually, not through media. Kingsley Wallace. How old are you? I'm 57. And what's your name? Nikki Jacobs. And please stutter? No, I don't stutter. At least I try not to. That's not something I've ever struggled with. So, well, it happens once in a blue moon, but I mean, hello. Got to. This is driving me nuts. There we go. Okay. Apparently I've got put something on my camera. Just a second. There we go. Now I can read that word. All right. Dream. My Topaz, 1955. My mom had a dream about MIB at the ranch before she was pregnant with twins. They never known also how involved they were, but not aware at all. Only spiritual thing. Interesting. I rarely drink brain hackers. Trevor Boggs. Try being a force field based anti-gravity propulsion. Try being a force field based anti-gravity propulsion system. Oh, you're dealing with quantum. That's a different ballgame. K. Peters, 6362. Have you taken magic mushrooms before? No, I've not. Brain hackers. It's not like they actually shove a tube up your... I've had so many things done to me. Up the rear, up the vag, in the mouth, up the nose, in both ears. Oh my God. I said a flashback. I was just about to say something else, and that flashback just caught me off guard. Through the eyes. I don't know if I can handle that memory right now. K. Peters, 6362. Are these ETs of God or not? Some are definitely not. Mystical Moon, 8590. You'll be a little blot in the ground if you tried to... Okay, Oh, Laura H8Y4O, not the 0, the letter O. What is your opinion about someone having frequent alien, quote unquote, alien invasion, stalking dreams, and each one progresses to the point of being human or humane? Do you mean humane or do you mean human? Slaves on another planet, plus or more. I would be starting to question if you were part of SSP. If that person, or not you, but if that person, but you're the one who's asking, if that person was part of secret space programs, if you, because of how you worded that, frequent alien invasion stalking, that's the reason why I say that, progresses to the point of being a slave on another planet. That's another reason why I would say that. So I would be looking into secret space program, checking it out, finding other victims, survivors, force participant, whatever terminology you want to use for that. Because one of the things that certain species and races of ET that have abilities, when they abduct, they have the ability to control the human brain. Now, that all said, there's a group that are the same species, but with a different mentality, different behaviorisms. They look identical, as to the ones that are working with the consortium. It's just like humans. We choose to do whatever we believe in, okay? So there's ones that work with the consortium that are doing forms of hybridization for genetics and population and all of that. There's another section of extraterrestrial that do the physical abductions that are the same race as some of the ones that are on the consortium ships. Sorry, I'm trying not to burp. And yeah, there we go. The ones that are with global governments, those particular ones are the ones that deal with what you're talking about. So I would be looking into global government issues revolving around what's known as secret space programs. It's also known as Mars Defense Force, and then it's broken down from there by essentially program name. So, like, there's one that's a German program name that's called Naftwaffen. And if it hadn't have been for Paramarv last week, I think he found the title of that. He said it's the German name of that means night weapons, which I didn't know. I am so thankful that he was able to look that up and find that for me, because that was the very first time I've experienced that group. I don't honestly remember if I've been in that group. But I've had some really wild experiences, and those specific groups of ET, because there's numerous different forms of ET that work in those different sections of SSP. It gets really convoluted, really almost dire, wicked, dire, insidious. Choose a word that's negative. Yeah, you're looking at it. And then you're dealing with that kind of experience regarding secret space programs, a different kind of extraterrestrials, different global governments, all of that. It deals, you're getting into a whole different ballgame there, dear. So, Laura, do your due diligence, or contact me privately on, and I can give you names of support groups where you can find like-minded individuals, or whoever it is that you're, so like-minded individuals or whoever it is that you're specifically speaking about. Okay? And contacting me is via email or via Facebook. If you don't do Facebook, email is probably the best option. It's restore belief restore belief 2022 at gmail.com. Facebook is Facebook Messenger. So it's facebook.com/Nikki, Nikki. Sorry, I have to close my eyes to do this. This is part of what has happened with my brain and how I'm trying to help myself concentrate and deal with my dyslexia all at the same time. So I'm trying to give you a straight answer. So facebook.com/Nikki, Nikki .Jacobs, JACOBS .376. Okay, that's how you will find me on Facebook. Private message me, tell me what I said, or we'll have a conversation. I'll lead you to some support groups, because you will find, or you may find, I should put it, and I should not say it as will, you may find others that you can relate to in the different support groups for what you're talking about. And I didn't even know what the hell SSP was back in 2019. I had somebody tell me, oh, I think you're part of my labs. I'm like, what the hell is a my lab? What the hell is SSP? What does this have? Well, you're because I kept talking about the fact that I was seeing 8 and 9 foot tall reptilian like extraterrestrials walking down hallways with human men and women dressed in military uniforms. And because I said it that way, and because that's what my memory is, I had somebody tell me, I think you might be part of my labs, and I think you might be part of SSP. And I'm like, what the hell? Opened up a whole new world. And I unexpectedly met other people that were like me, who had seen very similar things. And because of those support groups, I was able to, it started, people just start triggering you. One after another. I mean, sometimes you may not go to group for a couple of weeks and you show up in group and somebody else is there talking and you're like, oh my God, what the hell did they just say again? And you start having to write notes because you're so inundated with and so shocked by the trigger that you just had and the memory that just called up and you're like, oh my God. So yeah, I've had that happen a number of times, and it's a true mind bender. And then there have been times where I've had to take myself off of camera because I've just sat and cried because of the trigger, and I'm like, holy shit, that was done to me. And it had nothing to do with what the person said per se, but they mentioned, for example, a silver colored whatever device, and the next thing I know, I'm having and I'm like just completely inundated with all my, not all, but a huge chunk of what was happening to me that they had tried to stop from me remembering, the people in SSP, because it was so vicious. So yeah, you gotta look into this, please. It'll help you get through. And so this is the other subject I wanted to talk about tonight. There is a grieving process in all of this. Hang on, I want to be sure. Kathy Doherty, our government working with them? Yes, our United States got a lot of different global governments are working with the extraterrestrials. Yes, Kathy. They really are. Yeah, and Swift Wind Aquarius, Laura, I don't know if you want that answer. That's a very good point. I've been asked that myself. Do you really want to know all your memories? I want to remember as much as I can handle and tolerate. That's how I word it. Because if I don't word it that way, then I end up in a lot of trouble emotionally. And I'm like, I can't handle this right now. I can't do this. Oh, stop it, stomach. I can't do this right now. It's just too much. And I will tell my guides, I'll say, hey, I need you to help with this, but I cannot handle when it gets that graphic or that intense, or it's too much, too fast, too soon. But I want to remember, and that's what I tell myself when I start remembering different things or I've been triggered. It's a big deal. You got to figure out what you're willing to handle and cope with, and it is a grieving process when you're dealing with this, because you're also grieving at what you've experienced. You're grieving over what was done to you. Because if you're a forced participant in secret space programs, that means government was heavily involved in doing things to you. And that is really hard to handle and accept. And you don't have to accept it. But it's really hard to handle the conscious state of being that aware. And if you become that aware, what are your next actions? What are you willing to do to help yourself get through what you remembered? And are those memories so traumatic of secret space programs, of what the government was doing to you, whether you were a child, a teenager, or an adult, then you got to be asking, how much farther do I really want to go with these memories? I don't know if I can handle it. I don't know if I've got the strength. I don't know if I can emotionally, let alone mentally handle. Because then you're dealing with the vast grieving of working through all that was done to you, because they are literally forcing the brain to not remember. Personally, at 8 years old, I was given scopolamine. 8 years old. And I was tortured with what I can only classify as electric cattle prods. 8 years old. Because they were trying to break me mentally. And as far as I know, they never did. Which is one of the reasons why I remember 2 officers screaming in front of me about the fact that they couldn't break me, and the only place that was left to put someone like me, because I knew too much, was in being a pilot. So that's what they started training me to do. It's why to this day I couldn't figure it out until a few years ago. I'm 57 years old, and I didn't understand this until a few years ago. All my life, I have loved watching, from childhood, loved watching the Olympics, the luge, specifically the sculls, the sleds. They're sleds, but they're called something else. And when you have body memories of actually physically being in something like similar to those devices, and then you find out as an adult who's in her 50s that you spent a good chunk of your childhood being trained as a pilot to learn how to use telepathically, how to use extraterrestrial ships. Whole nother ball game, baby. Whole nother ball game. And it is a mind F when you're having to go back through those memories and go, my God. Let alone go through the memories of being tortured with an electric cattle prod. Or what you believe is an electric cattle prod. I don't know what the hell it was. It was the 1970s. But that's what they used on me. Was an electric cattle prod. I was 8 years old. I even asked a doctor, what does that do to a child's muscles in her back, in her body? And they had an answer, but it wasn't one I couldn't handle it. It's atrocious. So you've got to be able to be strong enough to handle all of those memories. And not everybody's strong enough. There are people that have unalived themselves. Then you get people that are getting targeted because, hello, somebody like me, I'm talking about it publicly. We are what is called whistleblowers. I've never thought of myself as a whistleblower until the last 4 days. Never once thought of myself as a whistleblower until the last 4 days, because being targeted with a frequency weapon that was so bad for 3 days, it was the hardest I'd ever been hit with a frequency weapon. So, and they want whistleblowers gone. They want them shut up. I've never looked at myself as a whistleblower, but that's essentially what all of us that are coming out that are from SSP that we're doing. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about our experiences. And one day, I don't know when, but one day, when the United States changes, and it will change, I know it will change because I've been repeatedly psychically shown it will change over and over and over again. I'm doing something else. I'm thinking about other things. I'm not thinking about psychic stuff. And the next thing I know, I'm download after download after frickin' download over different aspects that will change in the United States government, so much so that Congress makes a change to have SSP whistleblowers, experiencers of extraterrestrial and military in front of them, even publicly and on television, and us eventually going into skiffs, locked down rooms, secure rooms, to give information because of what we know. It will happen. I know it will because of so many things I have been repeatedly shown. They would not be the other side would not be doing that if it were not going to happen. That much, that often, that short of amount of time, me being shown that. Now, when it first started, those psychic visions, those downloads, those started in 2018 and 2019. But the thing is I didn't understand what I was seeing. They really hit in 2020 and in 2021. And by 2022, holy crap, watch out, because then I was really getting them. And they still haven't shut up. And I don't want them to, because I want to know that these things are they still on the plan to change, to take place? They're still on the plan. As of 2025, they were still on the plan to take place. Now, I call it a timeline, I know it's not a timeline, but if things shift and change, then I'll start being shown other things to go with that change. Those things haven't taken place yet, whatever, So I'm hoping and praying that these things, positive steps, it's going to get bad in the United States where I live. I know that. I understand that. But what comes after it, I have been repeatedly shown time and time and time again that some way, somehow, there is such a significant change that the deep state, sections of that deep state and what they are doing, especially with the children, they go down. They go down. I don't know how. I don't care how, but they go down. The children stop being hurt and used and abused by the governments, specifically by the U.S. government. That is what I have been psychically shown. That the people with SSP, that goes down. That's a hard thing for me to even say out loud, but that's what I've been psychically shown. That's still on track. As far as I know, that's still on track. Do I know how? No, not a damn clue. Do I want to know? I don't think I want to know. There's too many things that could get, just me saying that. People the public can blow me off as a psychic or a loon or a fruitcake or whatever, or a nut, whatever, or delusion, whatever. They already do. But the ones that know me, they know that when I make this public, this is a big damn deal. Do you know how many things have to change to make all of these things come together, one after another, to take place within the U.S. government? I can't even, quite honestly, I can't even fathom the amount of things that have to take place to make those changes. I just know it's a lot, and maybe that's enough to know. But I know that all this hit that we're going through, and I'm not going to get into the political crap, But all the stuff that we're going through now, I know that it gets really freaking bad. I've seen it. I've seen it time and time again. Just like I've seen the other stuff. But I know that after that, psychically, I have been consistently shown that after that, it does get better. And there's going to be essentially a national sigh of relief sometime after it, because I can feel it. I can still feel it. I understand that this is hard for a lot of people, and I understand that people think that I'm full of shit and they don't believe me. That's fine. That's on them. Not my business. You're not my monkeys. Got my own shit to deal with, folks. You know, I'm just trying to live and survive just like everybody else. Yeah, K. Peters, these ETs sound, I think you mean malevolent. Okay, that needs to be removed. Oh, the Lazy Mox ET phones home. Ha, ha, ha. That is so old. Why 2874? I'm subscribing. I want to learn more about your experiences. Thank you. Appreciate that. Kingsley Wallace, I'm subscribing and liking right now. You're so nice and I mean it. Thank you. Joe! Oh, my dear. Okay, hang on. 1 second. Joe, you're a mod. Bella Cali TV, have you been targeted? Oh, hell yeah. Pick a subject. Laura, sucks that my comment is lost or that unimportant. I didn't see your comment, dear. Put your comments in all caps, please, so that I will see them. Please, not comments. If you have a question, put your question in all caps. Thank you. Because if I'm missing stuff, I want to be. If you've got a question for me, I want to hear about it. Joe. Okay. Understand. Yeah, I'm not going to read that one out loud, but yeah, I kind of agree with what you just said, or what I'm reading. It's you, Stone. Oh, Joe, you know Stone. Awesome. Okay. Thomas Simmons, J9L. Have you had relationship with the tall grays? Depends on your version of relationship. Yes, I have. 7 feet tall are the ones that abduct me on a regular basis. I call them tall whites, though, because they're so pasty-ass gray that they look white. And okay, napkin. They look white. Solid white. A little on the iridescent side, but white. But when you get up close to them, well, nope, that's not quite right. That's silver. Oh, I don't have anything. Well, okay. This is gray. Get up really super close to them. Like if you're, like that, they'll look gray. 3 feet away, they look white. Vanessa. Wow, is that peel on back wallpaper far out? No, it's actually a tapestry wall curtain, and then that is a butterfly nebula. It's a piece of paper, a picture on it. Have you heard of Elizabeth Clara? No, I have not. Do you know where the Kingsley Wallace, do you know where the military and Contour? Yeah, I think you mean center. Get their TM stations like it's hard to know the answer. Not a clue. Joe, Nikki said choose a negative. An artichoke is an armored vegetable. It's hard enough to get people to eat vegetables. Don't armor them. Love you, Joe. Oh, God. I've got folks in my life that just, they keep me in stitches. Joe's one of them. Joe's real good about keeping me laughing. So is Drew. And so is Stone. And Amy. And Robert. There's quite a few folks that I very, very much appreciate. Whoops. Hit a button. Yes, I agree, Stone. Stone Hobbit is saying, allow your memories to come back as they do and journal all areas, emotions, triggers. Hello. Yep. Yep. Journal, baby, journal. I go through one of these almost once a month now. Used to be 6 months. That tells you how much psychic information I'm getting. Kathy Doherty, why don't aliens come out so we will know about them? They are the more positive ones, which is it's a really great question, Kathy. The more positive ones, they're waiting for better consciousness, for us humans, basically, in a nutshell. That's kind of, what's the old Star Trek adage? Leave them be and let them come to their own understanding, growth cycle and period. I've consistently been told by numerous different ETs that we are considered by the many different groups of ET, the extraterrestrial, that we are children. We are considered infants. It's kind of a big deal, to say the least. Yeah, Stone is saying a sudden taste from nowhere, a smell that triggers body has memory as well. Yes. That's awesome, Joe. Joe saying aliens won't come out because they're shy. Plus, there's a lot of people that want to kick their ass because of the stuff they've done. Yeah. Champlain. Hi, Nikki. I'm back. Hey, hun. How you doing? I like curling. I don't know why. Might have something to do with the throwing and the weight in your hands. That could be a past lifetime thing. There might be something there. Do you believe in Jesus Christ? Yes, I do. Last Templars. Shays W3H9T. You want you said something else in there. I'm trying to figure out what you mean. You want to meet a 15-foot tall, violent reptilian warrior? No, thank you. Been there, done that. Nope. That's combat. I've had my time. Thank you so very much. No, thank you. Been there, done that with SSP, although he wasn't 15 feet. He was more like 12. So... 10 feet. Yeah, that'd be about right. The wall is 10 feet tall. Another 2 feet. Well, no, okay, so 11 feet. 11 feet. Stone, our encounters, experiences, commodities, findings, we don't need the governments to tell us what's happening. I fully agree, my dear. Mwah. Chef's kiss, well said. Oh, Joe. I would be asking if that's an ET abduction, my dear. Last night I had a dream, woke up, fell back asleep, dropped right back into the same dream. This happened for the next 5 or 6 hours about 35 times. Also, I'd be looking into sleep apnea. I couldn't think of the name. Sleep apnea. Bravo Stone, quit making nasty ass comments like that or you will be blocked. Flat Sixers here. Hey hun, how you doing? Woke up and walked around, splashed water on my face, laid back down, fell into the same dream. That's not, no it's not. Proudly one of your monkeys. Thank you for that, Flat Sixer. There's impatience involved. I don't appreciate the cold. Yeah, no kidding. Hello, Rita. Ranch, yes. You're. No, he's Joe's a great mod. He's not shy about dropping hammer on trolls. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry. DJ Emma. No, that's not right. DJ M. Matthew Bergholtz 4901. I need to know, please, your owl pendant. Is there significance in it? I'm a targeted individual. That owl is giving me chills right now. Okay, the owl has to do with a friend of mine who died. However, there are extraterrestrials who tend to, how do I say this? Tend to prefer to show themselves as an owl. 3 or 4 foot tall owls. Not all extraterrestrials can do that. So, and then there are some that actually are the form of owls, 3 foot tall. So there's that aspect to it. But the reason why I wear it is because it reminds me of a friend, and that goes into why I'm wearing this funky ass moo dress, whatever the hell it's about a 15-year-old dress. But this little symbol reminds me of my dad, because my dad bought me oh god, how old was I? Jeez. My dad and my stepmom used to go to, oh god, forgive me, Dad, if I say this wrong. I believe it was Thailand or Taiwan. Thailand or Taiwan. I think it was Thailand. And he brought me back, well, there are a number of things that he would do on those trips. He and his wife would do on those trips. And there were times that I would get Christmas gifts from him that were from Thailand. And they would go for religious benefits. Sorry, my eyes are really bugging me again. Big time. Which is why they're changing different colors on camera. It's driving me nuts. Sorry, that's the other thing. My ability to deal with patience with myself is starting to ebb away, and that is a direct result from the targeting, because I used to have patience beyond description. Used to drive certain people nuts. How can you tolerate such behavior? From so and so. I'm like, oh, don't even get me started. It's called patience. Learn some. But then at the same time, some of the targeting is starting to strip some of that away. That was it. So my dad and my stepmom used to go to Thailand, and for religious reasons and spiritual wellness and some other things. And so there was this one time when he brought me back and gave me for Christmas this most beautiful leather little box purse. It wasn't little either, I might add. It was about yay big. And it had a symbol real similar to this, and it was all hand painted. It had this kind of a tree that... I got a government asshat here. One moment, please. Okay, they took off. It was interesting. Real freaking interesting. Well, let's see. I think that's probably the second time. I think that's the second time that's happened. Fascinating. Anyway, oh, and I just realized that something is not on that should be on. I always have on, and I haven't had this on tonight at all, and oh, fudge buckets. Oh well. Anyway, so they would go there, and he had brought me back this, and I just loved it. I ended up, I had it for years. Gave it to me when I was in high school. And I was like, well, I'm not throwing this out. My dad gave this to me, and I ended up having, I ended up giving it to my kid, and he kept his, different toys in it. Excuse me, to go to, when we were, it's better than a diaper bag. I mean, hello, he wasn't in diapers anymore, and he was a little boy and happy little camper, and he had his really cool little bag, and he kept his all different kinds of toys in it, and he would take it to different people's houses. So if he was being babysat. So anyway, so that's what this is all about, and that's what that symbol is all about. Reminds me of my dad, reminds me of a loved one. There you go. Selma, I'm not doing that kind of stuff tonight. Can I call in? BDO, I don't, it's not a call. Rita, I heard one night I was going to have a baby, a son. I still don't. From where or who said it on a night woke me up. Going to have a son. I still don't. From where or who said it. Okay, honey, you got where you're going, but you need to ask me a specific question, okay? Flat Sixer, from what have you seen, do the tall whites lack melanin entirely, or can they darken when exposed to sun? Oh, that's an excellent question. Honestly, just curious. Phenomenal question, Flat Sixer. I don't think I've ever been asked that. Okay, so the extraterrestrials that I've seen that are not hybrids, certain ones can. They can tan, just like humans. The hybrids with human, if they are grays, as far as I know, they cannot tan. They do not darken. Okay? Not from what I've experienced. I'm being targeted. Something's happening. Oh, they're trying something new. What the hell is that? Oh, come the fuck on. Anyway. Oh, you're wanting to find out if I can register this. Oh, fancy you. Well, if we hit a mode or a pitch, I'm moving. Okay, so, the hybrids that are the grays, that are human and grays, they will not, because they are the gray ET overweight. Having a problem using my words. The grays, the DNA for the grays overruns, however you want to phrase that, the human DNA. So the skin color will be that of the gray. The skin texture will be a combination between the two. Then you're dealing with the height as an issue, the number of fingers as an issue, how long or short the fingers are. That is also a DNA issue. Yeah, I'm being targeted right now. 1:45 on the clock a.m. Pacific time. I'm saying that so that I can remember to write it into my journal. And so it depends on what the DNA structure is, and which will outweigh, which is stronger in DNA in the formation of the infant. I hope I made myself clear. I hope that came across the right way. Let me know, Flat Sixer, if it didn't. Am I a gamer? No, I'm not. Long live and fornicate. Nino Mercury. Aliens don't show themselves because humans would either panic or be racist. Oh, trust me, I've experienced both with people. They get freaked out and then they don't understand, and then it gets into this whole convoluted conversation, and people get angry with me just for even talking about it. Max CZ2SK, does the dogman wear a hat and poncho? Sometimes maybe I hallucinated the hat and poncho. Dogmen don't wear clothes as far as I know. Not from what I've seen. And I was on Joe Monk's property with a Sasquatch who was witnessing a dogman and did a psychic link with me, and I saw what the dogman looked like, and holy crap balls, they are very real. No clothing, all fur and claws and teeth and the pointy frickin' ears. Very much reminded me of like a Doberman Pinscher kind of ears. Or a boxer if the boxer had the ears taped up to a point. A lot of fur. Oh my god, the teeth. Ugh. Oh, these things are, I mean, think of, that's a movie you could think of. American Werewolf in London. That's the first thing I thought of. The claws. Oh my god, the freaking claws. Ugh. Okay. I just got the goosebumps all over me, and the hair's going up on the arms. Like, come on, seriously? McGruff the crime dog wore a cloak. That's a thought. Dispassionate observer. She looks a lot younger than she actually is. I believe she's same age as you. Yeah, I'm 57. Flat sixer. And dispassionate observer, I'm 57. My hair sometimes looks blonde in this highlight, or in this light. It's not. It's gray. And it severely needs to be cut, and it's driving me nuts. Okay. Al hung out with me. Was just a little bit bigger than a softball. Oh, wow, Joe, that's kind of cool. That actually is a lot cool. Yeah, the ability to tan will certainly help them blend in here. Yeah, very much so. I agree. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Flat Sixer. Well, that was a troll. No spam, please. Thank you. Joe. Nikki, Lily Tomlin. Really? Shrouded Dragon 5579. You remind me of some sort of telephone space operator. Nikki Lily Tomlin. Yeah. Oh my god, I loved her routine. I can't remember Miss Lily's routine with the operator, right? I can't think of the character's name. Miss, I want to say Miss Tompkins. That's from a different show completely. Anyway, oh my god, I loved watching her when I was a kid. Oh god, all the old school stuff just made me a happy camper. Love seeing Miss Lily. Got a lot of respect for that lady. There's a number of ladies that are in acting and comedy that I just dearly loved growing up. Max, just saw a shadowy dog man, very coyote-like snout with a hat and Clint Eastwood-looking poncho, leaning up against the wall down. Thank you. I appreciate the laugh. Whoops, hit a button. Oh, I think I'm at the bottom. Woohoo! We hit the bottom. Everywhere is haunted, including your home. Oh, no kidding. I could tell you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people know my stories about the cats and dogs that run through here. Yeah, I get the occasional gray shadow being walking through. And you got to remember, not all shadow beings are demonic. They really are not. Truly and honestly, they are not. Give us a 360. No, you're not getting a 360 of my house. Ernestine, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I loved Ernestine. God, she cracked me up. Lily did a phenomenal job with Miss Ernestine. Anyway. Bear. Well, that's nice, Bear. Take it elsewhere. That's not what this is for. That's not what this is all about. Joe, just in case there's a bunch of new Nikki people here. My name is Joe. I'm sitting outside in the Sierra Nevada in I went up too fast. Northern California, just west of Lake Tahoe. Yeah. He's got a pretty large piece of property in the Sasquatch. Love he and his family. They are well liked and pretty dang well protected when they're able to be protected by the Sasquatch. So yeah, it's you should check out the I want to call it a shadow being. That's not what I mean, Joe. It's a it shimmers. It was cloaked. He got a something. Don't know if it was a dogman or a Sasquatch, but whatever it was cloaked. And you see this shimmer on screen, and it's like, I was like, what the hell is that? And it just walks right by the camera. Oh, like, what the hell? Where did you get that? It's like, it just was there. Like, no kidding. So, can you speak on seeing shadows in the home? Yeah, Y2874. Yes, I can. So, shadow people are typically described as always demonic. That's not always the case, especially in my experience. It's also about peripherals. If you're seeing them straight on, like straight in front of you, so but at a distance, versus if you're seeing them out of your peripherals. If you're seeing them out of your peripherals and you're just catching a glimpse of it. What the ETs themselves have told me, more than once actually, is that us humans do not have the quote-unquote cones, C-O-N-E-S, in our eyes. That's how they termed it. To be able to see the broad spectrum of frequency. And if we were able to see that, it would probably freak us out pretty badly. They're very used to it because they are in a high frequency body. Whoa, 65 on the numbers. I'm sorry, that just stunned me. Wow. Okay. That just stunned me. That's the first. And thank you. Thank you for so many likes. If this is, I'm going to say this before I forget it again. Oh, thank you, Bear. I love your videos, your vids. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, I am getting tired and my brain's having a hard time right now. Oh, video. If you do like the video or the stream, this live stream, this podcast, and what I'm talking about, please share it out. On whatever platform you've got. If you can share it, please do. Because it may help somebody else. If it doesn't help you, but you're fascinated and you're interested in the subject, these different subjects, if you share it, they may help somebody else. Somebody else may come across it that you may not realize, that has never told anybody else that they're an ET abductee. They need to know that they're not alone. A lot of folks do not really, I mean, they don't register that they're not alone. They're like, oh, this is something, well, ETs are very good at using dream state forms to get us to believe, us humans to believe, that we are asleep. When in point of fact, we are not. We're in what is known as a dream state. And in that dream state, we are witnessing a lot of information, but we are registering it in our mind as a dream. So just be aware of that. So this may help somebody else that you may not be aware of, that has not come out publicly or has not even come out to their own family because of, for example, what I experience or what other people that I know experience. I know so many abductees that their families think they're crazy and delusional. I can relate to that. I love my family, but that's what they think of me and that's what they believe of me. And I'm like, I can't stop them from believing that. These are my experiences. This is what I've gone through. So just be aware of that. If it can help somebody else, please share it out. So the shadows within the home. That's why I left that there, because I really wanted to be sure I got back to it. But yeah, it depends on your peripherals and if you're seeing it straight in front. If you're seeing it straight in front of you, it's a different story. It also means your frequency is at a different level, and or so is the frequency of that being. Now, if you take I was going to say a red light. That's not what I mean. Can't think of what the hell it's called. If you take it's like a broad spectrum camera that detects, you can see the shadows because it deals with a different frequency. I just don't remember what the hell those are called right now. It's a specific kind of camera. It picks that kind of paranormal activity up. Whoa. Hello. Oh, I'm paying consequences right now. Hello. And then that kicks in. All right. So you're dealing with broad spectrum frequencies and how things may or may not come across to you. If it's out of your peripherals and you don't typically see that kind of stuff, you might want to pay attention more, because you're probably in the process of becoming more aware. There's all sorts of information that goes with them, but not all shadow beings are demonic. Not all are of evil. Not all are negative. Sometimes they can that's how they show up. It's a frequency for them. It's a specific kind of energy. They could be going through their own thing on the ethereal side, and it's creating this. I mean, there's so many different aspects to this. I don't even know which one to choose to really get in to talk about with you. That's where you really need somebody who is more adept at being able to speak on it than me. And those are the kinds of things that I don't mind saying that. I mean, I can speak on it, but I need to know the different angles, the different... and I know for some that may be a cop-out, but that's just how I am. That's how my brain functions when it comes to that particular, I was going to say that, yeah, anyway, that particular subject. I hope that makes sense to you. Y2874. Hattie Jamal, I was abducted by ETs as well. Good. I mean, not good, but good that you came out and said that. Thank you for talking. Never been frightened of shadow people in my home. What do you do then? I remember that, Nick. Yeah, I'm sure you do, hon. Regarding Joe, because it was Joe's property. I'm new here. Did I understand you correctly that these beings can Psychically track. Yes, they can. Haji Stone or Sloan. I can't tell if that's an L or a T in for Sloan or Stone. Did I understand you correctly that these beings can psychically track? Oh yeah, they can. It's quite easy. And I have a tendency to be a tracker in what I do if I have to be. On an emergency basis, yeah, or get me pissed off enough, and all I have to do is touch a phone and I can psychically track via the internet. Or I can watch the energy, and the energy has an energy signature, and you can track the energy signature. I've had government asshats go from my home to Europe via astral, bouncing back and forth across the frickin' planet, and I've followed them, and you could follow them right back to where they work. Super easy to do. If you, well, I say super. It's been super easy for me to do. It depends on how pissed off I am. I'm like, get the hell out of my house. And what level they get me at. If I'm already struggling with whatever in my life, which there's a lot of different health struggles anyway, or a lot of different things taking place, and I'm like, you stepped on my last nerve. Get the F out of here. And I'll hunt. I'm like, I call it hunting because yeah, you can track. You can track. I mean, that's what they've done with me. Only they're using technology to track me. Now, I choose not to do that with certain individuals that have come in and gone. There's one particular one that I won't do that with because, and the psychic hits that I got, whoa, hardcore psychic hits off of that person. And I'm like, I don't want to know anymore. Not only do I not want to know, it is way too dangerous to my life, let alone me being alive and the image. No, I don't need to know that stuff. That's not no. But you're encroaching in on my property in astral, in my home. I had Johnny show up tonight when I was in the shower. Government asshat. Big frickin' government asshat. I mean, we're talking big wig in government. Big frickin' wig in government. Motherfucker showed up while I was in the shower. And I went, hello, Johnny. You know, rinsing my hair and out of the shampoo stuff. And I was like, okay. You know, it is what it is. And yeah, could I have tracked him back? He didn't, yeah, I suppose I could have. Did I care right then and there? No, not enough. If I were under attack, yeah, I would have. But yeah, it gets fun. You know, it's interesting. They don't come in when the frequency weapons are going off. It didn't dawn on me until just this second. They don't enter my home when the frequency weapons are going off. But they'll enter just before or just after, so they've got their own patterns. Anyway, I'm babbling now. Let me get back into this. Flat Sixer, I grew up in very haunted antebellum house. My brother eventually bought it and had it demolished. Whoa! Had it demolished, Flat Sixer? Wow. Joe is saying Weird Central, and it's 2 in the morning, and I'm sitting out here in the woods with my Rottweiler at my feet. I love your Rottweiler. She's a sweetheart. She's also a ferocious beast when she needs to be, which is awesome. So, yeah. She's a sweet girl. Anyway, later it does happen. It goes okay. Joe, Nikki gets the heebie-jeebies when she thinks about my property. Only when I think about that dog man, man. That dog man, man, that is wicked shit. that creeped me the hell out. Seriously creeped me out. And it takes a lot to creep me out. So, especially after knowing what I know now. It takes a lot to get me. But that one did it. Catch a glimpse and sometimes peeps around the corner. Yeah, so that was from Y2874. Max CZ2SK. I've heard stories of Bigfoot-like creatures under 6 feet tall with red hair in West Virginia. You might want to take a look at Jessica. Oh my God, Flat Sixer and Joe. I can't think of her name. Jessica. Oh, brain fart. The Cryptid Hunter. Got it. The Cryptid Huntress. Jessica Jones. There we go. See, that should be rolling right off my tongue like nothing. I mean, just like one after another. Nah, that's targeting shit. So they're taking my words away. I can see the people. I can see the pictures in my head, but that kind of, it's just annoying as hell. Tanya Craig 7446. Can I ask a question, please? What do you think of the Rife frequency machines? I've ordered one, but not received it yet. Hang on. I gotta clear my throat. Okay. Tacey. Tanya, not Tacey. Tanya Craig 7446. Raymond Rife healing frequencies. Oh, love them. Highly recommend. Use them for health and healing. Yes, that is my opinion. I have to say it that way. I hate having to say that. But yeah, I do strongly believe in the Rife frequency machines. I can't say that again. I did talk about at the very beginning, there was a certain individual, a certain retired agent who talked about the fact that frequency devices have been used since before the 1970s by U.S. government. And that was, sorry, I keep unexpectedly hitting that little piece of that little glass that I've got, that little glass bowl there. So there's that. I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, I completely believe in frequencies for healing. So you got to get the right, how do I say this one too? You got to find the right frequency for the right job. Let's put it that way. Ringy dingy dingy. Yep. Swing blood. Yeah. We enjoying your stream. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Tanya. That's scary. Yeah. Tony Curtis 4741. Hello, do you think I will die this year finally? What a question. Honey, I would look into some counseling if you're having questions like that. Calic 4360. Did you know in advance that I was going to call you a total bluff? Whatever your opinion of me is, and not my business. How's that? Your crap doesn't affect me. Lone Shemus 8780. What's going on here? Talking. God, I just saw the word Russia go by. We're talking paranormal, secret space programs, extraterrestrials, global governments, targeting, frequency weapons, frequency healing. So there you go. Oh, good. Joe put in the chat. Here's the video that Nikki's just talked about. Thank you, my dear. Thank you, thank you. Y2874, don't feel they are demonic. Thought I seen a couple walking parking lots. Told myself it wasn't real. Oh, I understand that, especially when you're in a dark parking lot and you're not exactly sure. Yeah, they can get into a freak out stage real easily for a wide variety of reasons. So, yeah. Joe. Hang on 1 second. Sorry. Joe says something cloaked comes up out of the grass. No, wait a minute, I said that wrong. Yeah. Something cloaked comes up out of the grass, comes up along the explorer, pauses, and then runs down the driveway. Yep. I consider my place weirdness central and would never leave. I can understand that, Joe. Joe, if you like, says Nikki, if you like, would you tell them about the time something came through my property, knocked down all the trees, scared everything away? Sure. Hang on 1 sec. Let me see how much further I've got. Nikki picked up on it while we were doing a live podcast with some friends of ours. Yeah. Heard the trees coming down. Yep. Okay, hang on. Okay. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, I gotta get back to the original question. There we are. All right. So I got to the bottom. All right. So, feel like, could you tell them about the time something came through my property, knocked down all the trees, scared everything away? Oh, scared everything away is an understatement. If I remember right, you talked about the fact that the forest went silent right after that. He had, and it was big, whatever the hell it was big, big, big. So they had a windstorm, if I remember correctly, and there was something, I can't remember if you were sitting outside or if you were in your garage or if you were in the house, but I remember you talking about how, this is regarding Joe Monk, because he asked me to talk about this. I don't remember if you were in the house, but I remember you talking about that you were hearing like these great big branches, and then at one point you described it as it was almost sounding like tree trunks snapping, like good size limbs and branches, but trunks, like thin trunks, not real thin, but thin enough, snapping. And something about the following day, and wind, unless you have a tornado, is not going to do the kind of damage that, I just had a brain fart, that Joe was experiencing on his property. And it was in one specific section. Now, what sucked, if I remember correctly, because we were talking about him going and getting footprints or pictures of footprints or casts or it was something we talked about regarding footprints. And if I remember right, it had rained or something to that effect. Um, yeah, Joe is saying I was definitely outside and there was a windstorm, but there was something. Oh, yeah, there was something else because you had talked about how it was the way it walked through the forest. It was like, I don't remember how you worded it. That's what's driving me nuts right now. I don't remember how you worded it. And that's the kind of pissy shit that they are stealing from my brain with these fucking do weapons and these frequency weapons, these microwave energy weapons. Because before I could describe in detailed, I mean, really detailed information that we specifically talked about, and this targeting shit has just stolen my words from me. It's just pissing me off. Anyway, but I remember you had talked about it was like something walking through the forest, but as it's walking through, it's also breaking branches, or not branches, like trunks towards the bottom, but mostly also towards the top, because and in places that any human, or really when you think about it, a Sasquatch, something bigger or taller than a Sasquatch, that's in that area, that has to be 73 on the numbers. That means something to somebody. But I remember how you said it. That's what. Oh, now this chair's squeaking. I remember how you said it. It really, because we texted and then we did voice, and then the phone call, if I remember right. And man, it was how you described it. I mean, it got my attention big time, big frickin' time. So, sorry, I was reading chat. I just wanted to be sure. Just go with it, Nikki. You remember? Yeah, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that, hon. I appreciate my friends. I really do, because I'm telling you, this targeting shit. Anyway, yeah, I remember how he described it. It was, there were things too that you were seeing. The trees were like doing this bowing thing, if I remember. It was how you worded it. But when you worded it that way, all of a sudden I went there. I couldn't exactly see what it was, but it was well over 12, 15 feet tall. I was huge. Whatever this thing was big. And if you're talking that height, you're also talking width and girth with it. And he wasn't able to get, it had rained right after that. Right after the breaking and all of that, then you had it was something about more wind or more rain or something, and there wouldn't have been any evidence of footprints. I mean, he had a hell of a time. He was not a happy boy. And I don't frickin' blame him, because whatever that hell. And I kept thinking, well, the energy was weird, because at one time it wasn't Sasquatch, but it wasn't Dogman either. Well, what the hell is bigger than either one of those two things? And it had a weird, like a grunt. It had a weird, I don't think I ever told you that. There was a sound, there was something I had never heard before. And I've still not been able, I don't know, I guess I've been residing myself, because I've not been able to describe the sound that I heard. And I don't remember telling that to Joe at the time. But there was a sound. I can't describe it. And it was real, but it was low. It was almost inaudible. And I think the only reason why I heard it, I just realized it was cloaked. Holy crap, why the hell didn't I realize that before? was just going to ask you if that was the one that went through with the one that was cloaked, but that one was much shorter than this thing. So it wouldn't have been that. Anyway, whatever this thing was that went through his forest on his property made a hell of a lot of noise and a hell of a lot of broken trees. It wasn't just regular normal storm damage. Yeah, you did. Joe just said, I stood my ground. I have to. I live here. Yeah, it's your property. And whatever this thing was, it was frustrated as hell. That I remember. It didn't like having to go through whatever it was going through. And it was not a happy camper by any stretch of the imagination. Just trying to remember. There was like this low, almost like a grunt. I can't call it a growl, but it's not quite a grunt either. And frustration, anger, a lot of anger. Oh my God, actually a lot of anger. A lot of anger. Yeah, and I remember, didn't you say something about how the trees, some were bent and yet others were like broken, and they're the way you it's broken like kindling. I remember something about that phrase, broken like kindling. There was another phrase, and I'm seeing it in my head. I just don't remember. It's where the tree branch or the tree trunk breaks and it splinters a certain way. That's the real thing that I remember from you talking about that. That was a mind bender to me, because yeah, you were not a happy boy over having trees broken the way they were broken. This thing was bigger. Yeah, it was damn freaking big. Yeah, you're right, Joe. Joe's saying there's a portal or something on the east side of my property. I'm looking at it right now. Something is weird over. Oh, I don't know if I've got the energy tonight, dear. Yeah, portal comes. Well, Joe, on one side of his property, he's got a portal, an actual frickin' portal in a tree. Actually, well, it's technically one tree, but there's other trees around it. Anyway, but yeah, that's a whole nother story. And yeah, there's a lot of paranormal. I remember when he first asked me to, we were on a show together. And I think it was right after the show, or the day after, or a couple days after. Anyway, it was somewhere around there. And he asked me to come look at his property via astral or higher consciousness, or however I was doing it at the time. And I said, okay. And I was all of a sudden there, was just there. I was home, but I was there, and I wasn't in astral. It was a form of higher consciousness state. And it was incredible, just incredible. I started, and he didn't tell me anything about the property. And I remember telling him, don't tell me anything about the property. You want to know about paranormal, but what I'm picking up, I needed to have certain information validated from him. And that meant that I had to ask him about, I keep seeing mines. There were mines. I kept seeing mines. I kept seeing water through the rocks. I kept seeing like little streams, like underground streams. I kept seeing, God, all the things that I talked about. Joe, put some of them in chat, because I'm not remembering all the words that I used. But the rocks, I'm seeing the rocks, different mining sections, different caves of rocks, different fissures in the ground. And there were real specific things that I was telling him. And he said, yeah. And I said, well, something about what's with the horse? And he's like, something to the effect of, no, You can't have picked up on that. And I'm like, well, what's with the horse? Because I keep being shown I was being shown, but yet felt like it was a combination of my abilities, his guides, my guides, but yet psychic ability. And I was right there with a horse that had a lead, I was going to say a leash. Oh my God. Reins. See, I am tired, and I'm surprised my dyslexia hasn't kicked in hardcore. Wrapped around I don't think I told you that, but anyway, I kept seeing a horse, and the reins were wrapped around like a log, the letter C, but light colored wood that had been really well weathered. And no, it wasn't hot springs. This was cold, ice cold, like mountain running water, but it was seeping through the rocks and running down to a stream, really far down into a stream below. And I was following the water. I was consciously following the water down to see how far. And the stream's not very big. It's maybe about like that, if that, but it's underground. And it was moving, flowing water. But there were also, I kept seeing mines, different kinds of mines. And I kept saying, I think it was gold mines at first. And I'm like, that's not right. It's not the right kind of mine and we talked extensively about that. Thank you, Joe. Joe just said Nikki described this property to a T, even though she'd never seen a picture of it and has never been here. True. Very true. Thank you for the validation, Joe. Joe, 1849 gold country, gold miner stuff right underneath my feet. Yeah. Yeah, but there was some other kind of mine there too, because they weren't just mining gold. I kept seeing gold, but there was also other things I was seeing. It was like silver but I couldn't describe what it was. Oh. We need to talk, Joe. I just got a name of something. I gotta write this down. F buckets. Stupid pens won't write. Gotta get new pens. I'm not joking when I say I go through pens like it's going out of style. Holy crap balls. Okay, what time is it? 2:30 to 29, Nikki. 29? Oh no, 2:30. All right. AM, which puts that we're now at the 18th. Okay. Okay, Joe said, I had a ghost horse for years, Casey. Yeah, my horse used to get its mane braided by something. Haha. Mane braiding is usually the fae. Usually fairies. It's not, I just got told sometimes it's sprites. SPRITES. Depending upon the caste, CASTE, caste of fairies, or of sprite, some do, some don't do that. But I was told sprite do that. The fairies do that. There are certain other fae that do it, but not many. It's usually fairies and sprites. You gotta be kidding me. The wood nymphs do it? I didn't know that. Really? Holy crap. Learn something new every day. Well, apparently some of the wood nymphs do. Wood nymphs, those little guys, and they are little. They, ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't screech. Don't screech. Don't screech. Okay, I have personally witnessed wood nymphs. Wood nymphs are about 16. Okay, the easiest way to say this is between 16 to 18 to 21 inches. So I got a tape measure. So 16 inches is here. Okay. 18 is here. 21 is here. So you're the ones that, and I've seen all three levels. But the ones that I think of the most are the ones that are 18 inches in height. They like to gather around, in my personal experience, they like to gather around fires, campfires and things, which I didn't know that they like to do that. When I personally witnessed that, I started asking questions. Juggernaut Joe. Juggernaut. Okay, says leprechauns too. I don't know about that, but so anyway, those are the ouch. Ouch, sorry. Those are the ones that like to do the braidings. What I was going to say is that the Sasquatch do it too. That's what I was going to say. That's where I was trying to get to. So there's that bit of information as well. Okay, driving me nuts just a second, folks. There we go. I gotta trim it. Anyway, you are a tripper. What do you mean a tripper? Do you mean trooper? Jerry 7096, you are a tripper. What kind of tripper you mean? Don't have a clue as to what the frick that means. Okay, granite is big mining business. Yes. Was one of the other things. I'm glad you said that. Okay, hang on a minute. I gotta fix this. 1 second. That's better. It's not so damn close. All right. Y2874. That's exactly what I told Joe. That was one of the granite was because there was like a quarry, some kind of quarry around as well. I remember having that conversation. We had conversations about different kinds of stone. Granite was one of them. A couple of others. So, where am I from? Washington State. Put your question in an all cap. In all caps. I'm sorry. Juggernaut Joe. Oh, work. Oh, I'm too tired to pull information. That's like trying to pull teeth without the advantage of anesthesia. Right now, I don't have it in me. If it pops up, I'll let you know. But I get really tired with these broadcasts. What has big red cat eyes, smaller, fast, only see a shadow of it? That could be a number of different things. Have you thought? I don't know why, but a bat keeps coming up. But not. I didn't think they had. I thought their eyes were black and not red. Don't have a favorite movie. Whoops. Okay. I passed a cool cat. You passed up my question. I'm sorry. Put it in all caps. Huge G reaction B3T. Joe, I'm thinking a wraith of some kind. It's possible. It's also, but with the girth that it was going through, I don't know if I'd call it a wraith or not. I don't know if I would really call it a wraith, because wraith are big, but they're not the width of this thing. And wraith have a tendency to be more wiry. This thing was not wiry. It was big, beefy, bulky. Yeah, Joe is saying some kind of Hugh, something weird going on up here, but it's my place and I'm not leaving. Yeah, I can't say as I blame you, dear. Yeah, not sure. Yeah, did that already. Read that already. Okay. Anyway, okay, cool cat. In the 1970s, I was on the freeway going to work. There was a light following me on the freeway. Opposite direction. What was satellite? What was satellite, please? I don't know about the satellite. Doing the 1970s, was on the freeways going to work. There was a light following me on the freeway, opposite direction. What was satellite, please? Well, I don't consider that a satellite. Satellites back in the 1970s would not have done that. And the kind of drones, that's not even it. To me, okay, so here's something. Here's an example. My mom and I were abducted on I-5 while we were moving in our van. No, Roswell, Hugh G reaction wasn't the 1970s when the Roswell crash happened. No, that was 1947, I think. I think that was 1947. Anyway, so in the 1970s, in 1970 specifically, no, they didn't have that kind of thing taking place. You're dealing with an ET ship that does that. Even, now I could be very wrong, but even government ships didn't do that. State of confusion, says Joe Muck. Yeah. What state am I in? I'm too tired. I'm starting to zone out. My brain is starting to zone out. I couldn't tell you right now. Well, apparently Colorado or Wyoming, and I don't think either of those are right. I really don't. Anyhow, possibly UFO or military exercise. Something that, I don't think that would be UFO, or just a second. Where'd it go? I don't think that would be military exercise. 1970s, I was on the freeway going to work. There was white light following you. White light, I mean, man, if you're not hearing helicopter blades, I would rule that out. I would rule out any kind of military exercise if you're hearing machinery. Okay? Because in the 1970s, UFOs, they didn't make a frickin' sound. I know that one from experience. Now, granted, there are a lot of UFOs back then. Oh, I'm getting tired. There are a lot of UFOs back. Well, there are a hell of a lot more now. But anyway, yeah, you need to be asking yourself very specific questions. Like, what was the sound like? How was the light behaving? Is there a pattern with the light? Oh, yeah, we're going to have to go. I'm only going to give this a few more minutes because my eyes are starting to go. That all said, drone factors at that time were not an issue. They would be too noisy, too loud if they were military. Now, if it's UFO, different ballgame. Completely and totally different ballgame. But you need to look at how the light is behaving. You need to look at what is the speed of the vehicle at the time. Were you on an incline, a downcline, so going downhill? Were you on a level surface? So many factors involved in that, but the biggest one is sound. How did it sound? Did you hear anything? If it was silent, I would be saying that that's a UFO. If you heard any kind of machinery whatsoever, and I do mean like helicopter blades or that kind of thing, I would be seriously questioning what you had said about it potentially being, sorry, brain and mouth not working right, potentially being a military flying vehicle that they were working on. Ooh, sorry. Okay, I think that so hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, Joe, 1947. Thank you. Grish. Masandu, 5984. Ma'am, are you retired? I'm 57 years old. I've been retired from a lot of different things that I used to do. Used to be an advocate for women and children, single parents usually. Been photographer. I'm retired from both. Used to do all sorts of things. I'm retired from a lot of different things, so there's your answer. Yeah, also get some sleep. Yeah, no kidding. Joe is saying, I remember Nikki telling me that Bigfoot that were here in the area said screw it, and they split because this thing was so damn big. Yeah. Yep. I have a vague recollection of that right now. Desert possibly. Joe, bottom line is the next day I counted over 15 trees, big ones, knocked down. It looked like a battlefield. It looked like a battle. Yeah. I remember you talking about that. You were really pissed. I was going to say put out, but you were really freaking pissed off over how the trees were handled. I mean, the things that you described just... It was like somebody, like an adult playing with Tinker Toys and they broke the Tinker Toys. That's what it reminded me of. I was just like, damn. It was wicked shit. He's got some pretty significant paranormal going through that property of his. Can you say name Gabe? Crazy Girly 354. Can you say name Gabe? I don't know why you want me to say the word itch, but okay. I subbed. Okay. Thank you for subscribing. Joe Monk, not the little trees, oaks and pines, big frackers. Yeah, they were giant. I mean, they were. That's why I was saying trunks, because that's what I remember us talking about. That they were. The way where on the tree, like low to the ground, middle of the tree, or upper tree. I mean, these were pretty significant trees, folks. These were not some little sapling or, little sapling or something that's about this big. We're talking big. So, experienced this in New Mexico, late 80s. The car behind us, you could see inside and number of people in it. We took the next exit. Why? 2874. Wow. Joe, in the 1970s, you had stuff like the Pascagoula encounter. Oh my God, that's a totally different subject. I am not describing that one. You can do your own research on that. But yeah, that's a wild one. Joe says, and fire in the sky. Oh yeah, the Travis Walton experience. Carlos Gomez, I don't believe in Bigfoot, but I know that moth is real. Talk about that. Oh, you mean Mothman, Carlos? Oh, yeah, Mothman is real. Go down, where is it, Mexico or Brazil? And they've got statues of the thing because of different situations. Carlos, Mothman is real, but not Bigfoot. They would beg to differ. So would I. So would Joe. We've experienced them different ways, but and I've seen one. So yeah, they exist. Can you describe a black hole? No. Big, giant hole. Draws, sucks in. You disappear. How's that? That's as best as you're going to get with how I am right now. And you can see it in my eyes. My eyes are getting glassy-eyed even more. And the colors shifted and changed in them again. Point Pleasant, West Virginia. I live there. Mothman. Yeah, that's another one. Well, it's out of country, too. There's 2 locations out of country that are, well, specifically one, but Mexico and Brazil. I keep Peru. No, it's not Peru. I could have sworn it's Brazil. Anyway, but yeah, and I'm no expert on any of this. Do your own research. Look stuff up. Cool Cat, what is a dream that you cannot wake up and you want to wake up and you just cannot wake up? What is a dream? Well, let's see. ETs can do that to you. The other situation is if you are having paranormal experience. Another situation is medical. So okay. My answer to things like this is always check out your medical first. Check out your sciences first. Check everything off the list first before you head into paranormal or deal with the extraterrestrial stuff or the SSP stuff. Always do your due diligence and do your check marks. Check everything off that you've done. Make a list. Keep a journal. Write your stuff down. Okay? My suspicion is where you can't wake up is you need to be checked out medically. It's also a sleep apnea issue. Well, it could be a sleep apnea. I can't say it is, but it could be. That's a potentiality. It's one of the medicals it could be. And then if you can't wake up, that's a different ballgame altogether. You're looking at other side. So there's all kinds of things with that. Why 2874? Real or not, there is something in the woods experience that as a little girl, my sister dragged me on the forest floor to the clearing. Whatever it was jumped over my back with a pack of dogs into... Whoa, lovely. Yeah, that's another one. Says, yes, Joe, I agree. This channel will not tolerate people coming in and talking shit. I appreciate that. Thank you. Billy Bob Blogs 3627. Wow, the numbers were driving my math nuts. Night terror, can't wake up. Yeah, that can do it too. It's one of the reasons. Look, night terrors can be a combination. Do your own research. But from the people I've talked with, night terrors can be a combination of different factors, or it can be one factor alone. So do your research. Why 2874? I get everything that has been talked about here and experienced many. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Ooh, Michelle. 7316. A large spider thrown onto my face. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, as far as I know, Cool Cat, Mr. Travis Walton is still alive, as far as I know. I believe he is. They haven't heard in the last 4 to 7 days is how I'm going to say that. Yeah, that's just a bunch of shit. Anyway, I think this is about... Yeah, Joe says, I recognize the look in Nikki's eyes. She's seeing. Yeah. Yeah, I've been on video calls with Joe before, doing paranormal work for him. And just an FYI, I don't charge for my paranormal work. There are people that are in need that just... I just don't. I have kind of a thing about that. I believe in paranormal emergency work, and I don't believe you charge. And if you make statements that you don't charge, you better freaking stick by that. And I do. I know people who have severely profited and done, and I don't have a problem with people making money. I don't. What I have a problem with is people charging for paranormal relief as if it's a medical practice, or as if it's... I take great issue with that, especially if it's in an emergency situation and they don't have the balls to go back if something else comes up because they've stirred the pot, so to speak. I take great issue with that. And I know people that have witnessed some really nasty shit because of it, where certain teams have gone into a small city, and Joe knows what the hell I'm talking about, into a small city or a small town and created havoc and then walked away. And I'm sorry, I take great issue with that. That's bullshit. So then you end up having to have a cleanup crew come in and clean up the shit that the other team created, all because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. And it's bullshit. So I I take great issue with that. But I have no issues with people charging for their psychic abilities and things of that nature. But when it comes to certain paranormal work, yeah, I do. I take great issue with it because there's some of it that is fine and then there's some that's not. So, anyhow. And I'm babbling now. Okay, I think I am done. I want to be sure that I got everything. Kangaroo kids, that is really out of line. Really out of line. You will never be allowed back in my chat. Ever. Wow. Chrissy Darlene said hello. Hello, hun. I am... yeah, I'm done. 3 hours, 56 minutes, so... Hey, we're getting shorter. Better than my we made history for my channel. 7 hours and 39 minutes. Was that last week or the week before? No, that was 2 weeks ago. So technically 2 weeks ago. So hi from New Zealand. Hi, Chrissy Darling. How you doing? I used to know a family that's last name was Darling. Very sweet family. Anyhow, I'm gonna go. Thank you for coming in, Chrissy. I hope you get a chance and an opportunity as soon as I post everything publicly. Give me about 3 minutes and it'll make sure it'll get posted. So it'll hit replay and then hit replay and you know, you can watch the replay and listen to everything. It was quite a show tonight. Oh, I hate calling these things shows, but it's quite a lot of information. Anyway, oh, Tina, same dream over and over again. Tina McLean. Okay, usually when you have a dream over and over and over again, there's something that you're supposed to work out in your own mind, and I'm not picking up anything right now. Too tired. But well, a friend of mine who is a smartass is here and just made quite the comment. Seriously? And I'm giving you a weird, dirty look. You know better. Oh, laugh your ass off. Smack the crap out of some people sometimes. Anyway, I love you, but that was rude. Sorry. I've got a lot of family and friends on the other side. I've got over 35 people on the other side. So when I get a family member that I recognize or a loved one that comes in and they're a wise ass all the time or on a regular basis, not all the time, but on a regular basis when they were in real life, when they were physically alive, because they're etherically alive now. It gets interesting when their mouth goes off. Anyway, yeah, I think so. I think Joe. I think that's right. You were a little girl in the late 60s? Yeah. Yeah, I was just being born in the late 60s. I'm 57, so. Oh, that's interesting. Anyway, hello and goodbye to Sun and everybody else. I'm going. So you can typically find me Saturday nights, U.S. Saturday nights. That's how I should say that because this goes for a global range of people. And thank you. May bless you too. And so Saturday nights, U.S. day, or U.S. night, I should say. My typical time is 10 p.m. Pacific. Tonight started at 11 p.m. Pacific because Hello was really out of it. Still really out of it. Saturday nights, 10 p.m. Pacific, U.S. time zone. What else? Deal with paranormal, psychic info, mediumship info, so spirits. Emergency paranormal, deal with SSP, extraterrestrials, hybridization, because I'm a surrogate mom of over 30 hybrid children. ET pregnant right now. He'll be gone in a short amount of time though, so no worries there. Which makes targeting SSP. Targeting frequency weapons, that gets real interesting too. Isn't that nice? Joe Monk, I'm gonna haunt Nikki. Oh dear God. Oh, you're a live wire. Like I said, I love my friends. They all have very different senses of humor, and they all know my humor, so that's a good thing. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you, Joe, for being a mod and sticking with me. I appreciate that a lot. Have to catch up on you. Yeah, please do. Go back in and hit the replays. You're born in 68 like me? Yeah, I was born in 68. Dispassionate observer. Yeah. Birthday's next month, actually, so I'm going to be turning 50. I'm having a hard time with 58 over 50, so a really hard time with 58. Oh, God. Did not have an issue with turning 50. Didn't even, went right over my head. I'm like, nope, 52. I was like, 55. Ooh, that was another one. And now 58. I'm like, oh, crap. It's getting closer to 60. But it's how it is. You know, life goes on. Anyway, I hope you all, I see I'm babbling now. We're getting me on a babble streak. Anyway, I hope you all have a very good rest of your weekend. Very good Sunday. And a phenomenal week. Safe week. A warm, safe, dry week. Anyway, take very good care, folks. Yes, I agree. The last comment, dispassionate observer. I'm not commenting on that out loud, saying it, but yes, I 100% agree. Going through that right now. It's a witch. No, the one with the B. It's a bitch. That's the word I was looking for. Anyway, it's not fun. I don't like. No, I don't like it. That's probably one of the reasons why I do this so late at night, because I have problems sleeping now. Anyway, take very good care. Like I said, we're in Babblebrook mode. Anyway, take very good care, folks. Hello, we are. Huh. Community guidelines? Well, this is interesting. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Community guidelines over what? Bye, guys. Have a good night.